and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it.
Hi, I'm Matty Moon. I'm a recording engineer, mixer and producer based at Half Ton Studios in Cambridge. I'm a musician with over 15 years industry experience, and alongside my studio and production work, I also write articles and equipment reviews for Sound on Sound magazine.
Welcome to the AMT hosted CSCI podcast, and today we are interviewing Matty Moon, who's who's a good friend of mine and a colleague for quite a number of years now. Matty works in local studios, and he does live sound as well around when live sound was something. And he's also taught at ARU, and he was a technician for a while at ARU as well. You've done about everything now, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty much everything related to music.
Yeah.
It's been my career so far.
Yeah. And Matt, you've had some really good chart experience as well, charting some of the music that you recorded. You want to talk about that at all?
Fairly recently, I recorded a band called Falsehead's debut album, which last year, it was actually released in the first week of lockdown, which was a bit unfortunate for them. So I think they've literally just booked the headline, the tour for it, but it's just been re-released. But but about 4 or 5 months ago, it hit 1 million streams on Spotify, which is pretty good.
Awesome, well done.
Other than that, a lot of work with a band called Lonely the Brave that have been through several incarnations now, been going for a long time. But I did a lot of early work with them. I think a lot of my work is probably what I actually enjoy the most is working with like smaller bands, bands that are just starting out, first records, first time in the studio, and a lot of my friends are sort of managers and work in labels of that put out things on that kind of level. So other bands, there's a band from Brighton called Egyptian Blue that I worked with a few years ago. They're decent, and in between a couple of lockdowns, I worked with another band called Happy Couple that are really good, really noisy, sort of arty, sort of indie rock, which hopefully should come out fairly soon.
Awesome! Can't wait to hear it. So I've created a list of questions to ask you. Some of them are a bit odd. I hope you don't mind. But the first one is if in 150 years science fails to save us all, we all die from COVID-19. Let's hope not. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But and there was and all that's left are books, and aliens come down and find these books about the human race, and they find a book about you. So what would the title be, and what would the blurb be about Matty Moon?
I think it would be one man's struggle with technology and trying to make a living in the arts in the 21st century. Yeah,
that's a pretty good title.
And the blurb, oh blimey, I think it would be. It would probably be that it was a constant struggle, I think.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster,
Yeah. Well, particularly nowadays, it's like, it just seems like the industry, our industry has not been going so well for quite a long time, for various reasons, and and now we have a virus to deal with, a worldwide pandemic to deal with.
Totally.
You
Like
know?
I actually think over the sort of pandemic, it's something that's been really interesting is having that time to kind of sit and think. And I actually thought a lot about like what I wanted to do and kind of where I fitted in to the the modern industry.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of working day to day as you generally do, you never really stop to think about these things. And you may realise how much it's changed, how it's not even just in the time that I've been doing it. Like I work with a lot less bands now. I work a lot more with either single people that want to make a full album, so we'll get session musicians in, like that kind of thing seems to become really common, or recording drums, using those sort of the skills that obviously I've learned over the years, but just applying them to something which you can't do at home easily, or it's hard to get a sort of that quality sound, whereas you can with guitars and vocals and other things pretty easily, and if you just do a bit of work in your garage or your bedroom or whatever. So I think it is, the industry is continually evolving, and you have to think really hard about how you're going to survive, I think. Particularly for a studio as well. I just don't think it exists anymore, that thing of if you look at the amount of studios that are either shut or that are changing the way they work. I don't think you can exist now just as a studio that and have day-to-day work coming through the door. You've got to do like videos, podcasts, anything really. It's sort of.
Well, that's the whole. As you know, I'm course leader for audio music technology here at ARU, and that's the reason why I redesigned the whole course. Is to everything that we do is kind of comes from the studio nowadays, and looking at it like that, everything comes from the studio. So all the skills you learn in the studio can be applied elsewhere, and so if you learn the studio skills to begin with, all the different careers that we can do, and all of us freelancers, you have to have loads of different abilities.
Totally, you have to switch hats all the time. I think it's you can't just make records.
No,
very few people make records.
I wish
for a
we
living,
could.
100%.
I wish we could.
Yeah, I think it's. I think that's something really important actually. That nowadays that you have to. And like a course like you're running here, I think it's important to teach that you need to
diversify.
Have various hats. Yeah, totally. If you're going to survive.
Yeah. So you and I both work. I've mostly worked. I started off my career in live sound, and you started off in studios. But we both do both. And so, can you tell me about the crossover between them? How do the skills in each one of them benefit each other? Having the skills to do either.
So I actually kind of like you. I started in live sound.
Oh,
really.
did you? I thought you were studio.
No, so I was in the bands I was in. I would be recording our demos. So but I didn't start to have. Since I didn't start to work professionally, as I'd call it, in a studio until years after. But so my first kind of gigs in music, as it were doing live sound at local Cambridge venues. And I think it really does cross over. I think you learn a lot about gain staging, about being able to balance music. I think the thing that you is probably most important is the fact that you're doing it on the fly. That you don't have, can we do that again? Or, I didn't quite get that right. Literally you have 30 seconds to a minute to listen to whatever it is coming at you and go, how am I going to change this? Or what do I need to do to make it sound better?
Exactly. And when things go wrong, you have as little time as possible to fix it.
Totally. I think that's why I started to just go into studio work once I sort of got into that field, was because it's much less stressful.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like live sound can be really high stress, and I just was, you know, going to studio where it's just like, oh, this is lovely. Just like, you know, can go at your own pace, like have a break. Yeah, exactly. Not working 12, 14-hour days if I don't want to.
Yeah.
But I definitely think it's a good road to start on, because it teaches you just an awful lot, and it begins your ear training. Again, that's another thing that it forces you to, you know. Whereas I think with studio work, you can listen with your eyes a lot.
Yeah.
Whereas I think doing live sound, because it's, you know, you're there, you've got a huge, you know, an audience.
Yeah.
Whereas in the studio, you could spend weeks before you even send it to anyone, you know. So straight away you're getting feedback, whether it's someone coming up to you going, I can't hear the vocals, or, you know, so you're instantly going, oh, how am I going to sort this out?
Yeah. Or some guy with a beer standing over the desk going,
what are you doing?
Wow, what are all those for?
Exactly. Do you know how to use all those? Yeah. Do you know what those buttons do?
Yeah, exactly.
I do think if it's something that you're interested in, I think it's a great way to start your career, even if you start in live sound and go into studio work.
And eventually there'll be a lot of jobs there. You know, they'll come back. You know,
I think it's been the one industry, obviously outside of the pandemic, it's been the one industry that has actually thrived and continue. You know, I think because kind of like we touched on a little bit, how studio or technology has changed studios. But you know, those getting those roles as an assistant or whatever, you know, an intern, they don't really exist. Or definitely not as they were.
No.
And you know, they were very hard to get into anyway. Whereas venues are always going to need people to do sound, or you know, people to just push boxes and things. So it's really, I think there's a lot of things you can do and earn money.
Yeah, I agree. So what's the most challenging aspect of being a sound engineer? I mean, I know you touched on this a little bit when we talked about your book title. But,
yeah, I think definitely, up there would be earning money.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting paid for what you do.
Yeah.
Getting paid for making art.
Yeah, and you need to be a debt collector as well, don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, I honestly though, I think one of the hardest things is the psychology of it. And that's something that nothing can prepare you for that. I still remember, one of the best things I think I was ever told by another producer was that making music is 95% psychology, and I have become to realise that, and I agree. It's like, you know, when you're in a studio, you become the extra band member, and you have to do it really quick. You know, you don't have, especially if it's the first time you're meeting these people, you don't have time to get to know them, and then, you know, you have to be like, okay, how do I have to treat this person to get the best out of them? Can I have a laugh with them? Can I joke with them? You know, what happens when they get frustrated? You know, does that make them play better, or do I need to sort of, you know, give them a cuddle, as it were?
Well, the thing I found as well is that you're dealing with somebody else's art, you know, and when you're dealing with somebody else's art, they hold it close, you know, and when you try to influence that art at all, you can sometimes run into, you know, some people are well up for it, but some people are, don't touch my art.
I mean, I'm getting more and more into producing now. Like I actually just feel like I want to do it. Like I've always sort of felt like it's a natural progression. Like I'm not one of those people that, I didn't call myself a producer like right from the start. I've always just thought myself as a sound engineer or recording engineer. But now I'm actually, you know, wanting to find those roles. And I do think something that's really important is having that conversation. It's like, okay, do you want me to produce this record?
Yeah.
Do you know what that actually means? You know, I'm going to get involved. I'm going to, you know, get into the nitty gritty of the songs. We're going to, you know, rip it apart and try and make it the best version of that it can be. Yeah. Are you prepared for that? Or do you just want me to shut my mouth and press record? You know? Yeah. And a lot of people, it is just that, you know, which I, you know, totally understand. They don't want to give up that sort of control over their art. So, you know, when it comes down to it, they actually just want someone to record it. They don't really want production.
Yeah. Well, I found that myself. Bands that I have produced, I found that it was a daily, almost a fight to get somewhere. And at the end of the day, they kind of go, "Oh yeah, I like that," But it was like real hard work to get them there.
And there can definitely be points, even when I'm just sort of recording. There can definitely be points where I'll be listening and thinking, I am going to have to say something here, in the nicest way possible. Just real simple things like that are basics of kind of songs and structure and things like that, or getting the bass and the kick drum, like if they're both competing in a rhythm, just sort of those things that maybe when you're starting out, or if you're not that experienced in those elements, you probably don't think about. And it's just like trying to get that we need to get these two things to pull in the same direction.
Well, to be honest, my producing skills improved through teaching, because having to listen to student work, and in audio music technology, we are generally dealing with students that want to be sound engineers, not musicians. And so we have to listen and criticize, critique students' work, and you have to do it in the nicest possible way to help them to improve. And sometimes you have to tell somebody in as nice as possible way, really, maybe you should get somebody else to sing for you.
That's like, I do have a theory that something in music is when you're learning, like when you're sort of starting out, you're obviously recording a lot of things possibly for free. You're probably recording mates, bands and stuff, and you're not going to be recording the best bands from the start. So you spend an awful lot of your time working out how to make things that maybe aren't as good as they could be sound as best as they can. And the thing when you actually start to work with good bands is that you're suddenly like, all of that time where you spent fiddling with where mics go and things, suddenly it's like, oh, I'm not really doing anything here. And it sounds really good. And it does, you sort of reach this point where it's like, okay, I can sort of see how it works now. And I think the thing then is you just have to try not to mess it up too much. When you get a good band.
I mean, so when you work in a small studio, you don't have the luxury of working with top musicians all the time, So do you find it frustrating sometimes?
I mean, you can't, I don't think I can deny that. It is, you sort of, I mean, I guess it's always been the thing where, sort of art and stuff like that, you're never going to, I think you have to think about, again, like whether, quite often I imagine myself in other situations, like say working with other bands, and it's like, can you imagine being actually sort of saying, I don't think you're going to be playing drums on this record, and how that, how that conversation would go, and sort of how, how difficult the atmosphere might be afterwards, and that kind of thing. So I do think, you kind of, there are ways you can get around certain things, I think, by sort of coaxing people. But I do think a massive thing is that the studio is not the environment to suddenly start picking someone's playing apart. If the first thing you say to a drummer is, oh yeah, you're not, you need to hit that less hard, or I need to hit the snare harder and the hi-hat's less hard. It's like they're already probably feeling quite nervous and maybe out of their depth. So if you start telling them other things that they've got that they've never even thought about before, I think it's not the right road to go down. I think thankfully computers, like, it's made it much more. I've always been amazed at the amount that you can do with drums and make them sound good. The amount you can edit. I think technology has made it possible to, one of the downsides is I also think because of the internet, it's made like everybody's aware of what you can do. So occasionally you'll work with people that are sort of, oh, you can sort that out. But you can't beat someone that's practiced.
No, you can't auto-tune drums either.
No, that's so something something I have done in the past, and something that I think is always worth looking out for is the floor tom. If you've got a floor tom heavy song where someone's just like riding on the floor tom, if that is like a semitone out of the key of the song or whatever, like I've been through stages of tuning the drums to the song, not tuning them. Generally, I think if they sound good as a drum kit, it's cool. But I definitely listen to things like the tom and the kick drum, because if they like beat with the bass, it can just sound awful. You know. So yeah, you can't tune them, like you say.
A really great producer that I met on tour one time, he said, "You get the drums right, and everything else will fall into place."
Yeah.
You know, and the drums are the most difficult thing to get right.
Most mics, you know, hardest thing to play probably. You know, it's yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what's one thing that you wish to? So speaking to the musicians that are watching this, and the wannabe sound engineers and producers that are watching this, what advice can you give them that you wish that would have been given to you when you were starting your career?
I think that it's genuinely is a vocation, and you just literally have to get your head down and do it. Like you can't, it's not something that you can learn overnight. You know, you can learn like the theory or the basics, and you know, courses like this, I think it's great because it kind of sets you up, but it's literally the you know, it's like the 10,000 hour thing. I think learning a skill, I really subscribe to that. I think to fully learn a skill and feel like you are, you know, proficient at it, you have to put the time in. And I think that, you know, when I first started, I thought, oh, this is going to be, you know, sort of stuff sounding okay, like I can do this, and then you know, you sort of start to realise that maybe it isn't. And it's that idea, that thing that the closer you sort of get to being happy, you know, it's like, you know, now I also think like every day's a school day. I think that's something that I wish I'd known, like, you know, that you're never going to sort of feel like you're there.
But things have changed so much since you and I started. You know, nowadays, we were talking about this before we started, you know, that you can find information about anything that you want to know about. Anything you want to know about.
You don't have to go to the library.
No. And I mean, the library does have some great things as well. But the thing about it is that if you want to learn something, it's all there. And I'm not going to say how old I am, but I'm no spring chicken, let's put it that way. And I still, every day, I'm learning something new.
Yeah.
Every day I'm learning something new.
Totally. Me too.
Yeah.
But I also love that. It's sort of, it's something that I've come to think is like, if, you know, however long I'm doing this for, I just think it's great that I'm going to be learning something every day, and you know, every single band you work with is different. You know, I really like that, you know, and I it's cool that I'm never going to feel like I've, you know, arrived. Where, you know, I can finally mix. Yeah.
Well, pardon me. I will say that, you know, the term arrived, you know, so I think that that depends on your perspective of things, isn't it? Because in my opinion, if you go into being a musician or being a sound engineer or producer, and your aim is to make money, forget about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, totally.
My idea of success, to me, I feel like a successful sound engineer, and every other thing that I do in related to sound engineering, because I get to do it on a daily basis, you know, for a living.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how I look at it. What do you think?
I totally agree. In fact, I think something I've started to say to, you know, younger people, like assistants or students, when I meet them and chat with them, is that you know, the people that you know of, your sort of mix engineer heroes or whoever really, even band, you know, musicians, Like they're literally the top, I don't know, percent, 1-2%.
Yeah.
And underneath there is a whole industry of hundreds of thousands of people that are making a living, surviving, are happy. And it's weird that, it's just that society kind of puts that pressure on us that you have to, I want to be famous. I want to, I want to be this superstar engineer or, CLA or whoever, and it's like, yeah, that's, you obviously it's good to have dreams and give yourself like a high goal or whatever. But I think it's also really important to realize that you can have a career and be happy and make music that you love and that, goes out to be heard by millions of people, and yet you're not, in sound on sound or whatever. It's I think that is really important, and that's, I think that also leads into that idea of it is a vocation. You have to do it because you love it more than anything else.
But of course, you are in sound on sound quite regularly.
Yes, I meant as like a, as like a mix with the masters type of thing, rather than doing a review. But no, I am, yes.
Yeah. So I don't even know if we answered that. So what advice would you give somebody that wants to come into this industry?
Don't.
Don't.
No. I think you genuinely need to be honest with yourself about whether you want to, like the reality. And I know we were talking about this a bit earlier, actually. Like I've had several assistants over the years, and I genuinely don't think any of them decided to keep doing engineering. Maybe that says something about working with me.
I doubt it.
But no, I just think it's, the reality is, like you said, you're going to start off, you're not going to earn much money. It's long hours, it's hard work, and there's a lot to learn. And so yeah, I think you just sort of have to get your head down. I think one of the best, just be nice. Don't have an ego. I think sort of just trying to.
That's one of the main ones right there.
And kind of just be humble. Like I still. Well, like we were saying a minute ago, I still, every day's a school day. It's great to be able to learn off other people. Like I learn off everybody. It's not just people that I consider to be, above me or whatever. I think you can learn it from anybody. So I really just think it's about being nice and polite and kind of just wanting to do it, really. Being sort of just trying to get experience and kind of, just doing it.
It is a love affair, really, isn't it? You have to love this in order to do it.
Yes, and you will, you will record a lot of things that you don't like.
Yep.
An awful lot of things that I read that ended up sort of coming true the longer I've done it. Like most of the things that you're really proud of will never actually be released.
I know it, exactly.
The mixes that you smash out, you will probably come back to and think they're better than the ones that you really wanted to be good and you laboured over. So I mean, it's just one of those things. I think you just have to be prepared for the, there is an element of luck as well, I think. But I think be nice and learn how to make a good cup of tea.
Yeah. But also, the another aspect of it as well is, it's not the world of being a musician and being a sound engineer is not, it just doesn't get given to you either. You have to work every day to market. You have to do everything for yourself nowadays,
The industry, that's the thing, I think that's important actually. The industry doesn't owe you a living. So it's not like someone's going to come knocking on your door. And it's not, and again, if you think like to the top few percent of people that are, mix engineers or producers or whatever, it's, careers do that. It's not like you're gonna be like plateauing and like continuing for ages, so it's this kind of, like I said earlier, I think it's working out where you fit in, where do you fit into the industry? Like what role do you want to play? and what are you happy with, I think, is a thing. You know, are you happy with owning a little studio, doing, you know, just bands that walk through the door, that kind of thing? Or, you know, if the reality is, if you know, if you really want to work at Abbey Road or Strong Room or Rockfield or wherever, then you just need to, you know, you still just need to do the old school thing of just contacting them every day.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these places now have really good internships.
Yeah.
Assault and Battery, I think, Alan Moulder
Yeah.
and Flood's studio has a really good one. But yeah, like, you know, if that is what you want to do, you have to just decide that and then go for it. But you know, it's probably going to consume your life, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I tried to go into this industry. I mean, when I was doing live sound, that was you know, easy to get into, really. But I tried initially to get into studio work, and it was impossible. And I found that because I had a career before this, is that I was the wrong age to do it, because you can't do it when you have a family to support, you know.
Yes.
And it's hard even when you only have you to support, isn't it? You know?
Well, I've again, I think another thing of the pandemic, it made me think about sort of my life and things, you know, what I was doing, and it kind of made me realise that I actually wanted to kind of settle down a bit and, you know, have some of those other things that I for years had put on hold, or you know, sort of not, it hadn't been my top priority. Yeah, and then sort of like, you know, I kind of just decided like, yeah, okay, I'm kind of happy with what's going on, and yeah, I'm so yeah, for me it's like I've almost started to change how I work. So I try to work regular hours, and I, you know, don't want to do really long days anymore.
Yeah.
I don't want to do sort of more than maybe 4 or 5 days in a row, because it would just drive me mental. You know, I mean, that's another thing, is that I think we're a lot better at it now as a society, or getting the better, but the mental health side of it, I think, is something that has never really been discussed.
Yeah.
And for years I used to drive myself mad by, you know, working with bands, and through my own experience would just work, you know, really long hours late into the night and try and start at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And if you do that for like a couple of days on the trot, especially at the start of a project, you know, if you've got like a couple of week album project, and you do the first couple of days as like 14, 15 hour days, the rest of the project is you're knackered, you know. But that, yeah, like I said, that was my experience from recording, like from being in a band.
Yeah.
So
And if you're
that's how I
knackered, you're
started.
not doing your best work either.
No.
You know.
So I think it's, you know, that kind of side of it, looking after yourself, I think is something that, as an industry, I don't think it's been the thing, you know.
Yeah.
There's so many stories of you know, very famous engineers and producers that, you know, went either into rehab or whatever, but from partying too hard and working long hours, and just, you know. So I think it's looking after yourself, or working out how you work.
Yeah.
You know, obviously some people are totally comfortable doing that. It's just working out what
Lemmy.
type of person you are. Yeah, exactly. That's all they are. You know? So,
Yeah.
But no way I could do that.
So this might be a bit awkward, but what is your what is your biggest failure, and what did you learn from it?
There's been too many, I think. Technically, big ones have always been, you know, earlier on, sort of not recording something, not pressing record. That was something I learned very quick. You know, if you've got a tricky client as well, it made me realise, like in Pro Tools, just putting it into punch in. I think Logic now has a function where you can have it, you know, similar. So it's just, even when you're pressing play, it's recording in the background.
Yeah.
So now, like, even when I'm setting up stuff, I'll put it onto punch record, and even when I'm, you know, still be fiddling about, just have it on punch in. So if it gets to the end of the take and I think, oh yeah, that was some useful bits, just hit record and drag it back.
Yeah.
But yeah, so many times, like the first year, I suppose, not recording, and then the client would be, you know, did you get that? It's like, no.
Yeah. Do you know the band? I might be showing my age a lot more here, but have you heard of the band Iron Butterfly and the song Inagata Davida?
Yeah.
Did you know that that track was them rehearsing while the engineer was setting up?
No way.
And he
And they
had the
just got it.
presence to hit record, and that's the one they went with, the one they used. It was
Right.
just them warming up.
Sure. I mean, a lot of times in my experience, you do the best the first take, you know, even like you say, like when you're setting up is the best.
Yeah.
I think, other things like, you know, not, especially on drums, not making sure that everything, all your inputs are set right or whatever. A couple of times I was recording drums and I'd only, you know, record like the left-hand side of the room mics or something, you know. And it's that sort of thing where you're suddenly sort of put in that position of like, do I tell the client or do I just see if I can deal with it? And you know, you deal with it and nobody notices. But obviously, yeah, it is the things where you can't get back from saying, no, I didn't record that, because there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
So I think that was one of the biggest things that I learnt, or mistakes I made that I learnt from. But I mean, I actually do think that the experience thing again, that for me was the most amazing thing, I think. Like thinking back to the first couple of years, sitting in a studio, you've got a band sat behind you, you know, it's one of the, you know, a sort of bread and butter type session. Band comes in the morning, they want to leave or something at the end of the day. You know, you're literally sat there after recording for hours and it doesn't sound very good and you don't know why, and you're just sat there literally, you know, you are bricking it and you're just like, I don't know what to do to make this sound okay, but I know, I mean, when I started it was CDs, you know, I'm going to have to burn them a CD in a minute. Whereas now it'd be like obviously sending them something, but they're going to want to leave with a file. And yeah, that was the best learning experience, because I made a ton of mistakes. I came out of sessions there going, I'm not going to do that again. You know, I'm not going to try that mic position again. It was rubbish. But I think that you can't beat. You know, that's how you learn, is by making these mistakes. So, like nowadays, I'm happy to say that I feel really comfortable in a studio environment. And mistakes that I tend, you know, or that I sometimes make these days, I'm very happy that I can either mix my way out of it or that I don't need to tell anyone, because you know, it doesn't matter, I can do something else.
Well, when I first started, I felt like everything had to be precise, and I had to have the microphones just certain distance and things like that. And the more I've been doing this, the more I find that you can improvise your way out of things, you know, and it doesn't have. So I mean, one of the big things that I learned one time is I recorded a grand piano in a really nice room one time, and I did it for 2 different sessions, two different people, and same piano. And the second time I went in, I thought I'll mic it up just like I did the last time, and it didn't sound even close to the same. It sounded terrible, you know. And I was panicking. I was going, why is this, you know? And I ended up moving the piano out of the place and that it was in, and I don't know. I still don't to this day know what happened, but it just like
the player.
Probably was the player, you know. But
I think live sound, again, that taught me with drums. Like, say if you get I remember doing shows in the Junction, and you know, it'd be like, I don't know, shared drum kit. So you get a different drummer on essentially the same drum kit. And it would just sound, you know, you'd be altering all your gates and the gains, and it'd just be like, wow, and it sounds so different in the room. I found that incredibly eye-opening, you know, because you would just, you know, you think, oh, I could just leave this, I'm not going to have to touch it. So, and transferring that into the studio, particularly working in the same studio space, like you obviously get used to how it sounds. And again, we have obviously house drum kits and things, so it's like I know how this kick drum should sound in this room. And again, it can sound like totally different. And that again, I think learning, that was like a big thing, was this idea of, you put up the faders once you get into the control room, and you're like, why does this sound different? You know, or not very good, or, do you know what I mean? It's like the balance is weird. And thinking on your feet. I definitely, I'm don't know whether this sounds silly, but I'm definitely one of those engineers that, uses their ears. Like I love to, like I've got molded earplugs so I can stick my head in front of a blasting like cab or whatever, you know, like right up to a snare drum or something, and I like, you know, or in a piano, listening to where's the sound coming from, what's it doing, you know, and like the thing I found about doing that is most of the time, if I can listen to something and go, I really like how it sounds here, then I put a mic that I know there, it sounds good, you know. I think you can't beat that actually listening.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things that when we get new students in, we have to break them of as well, is trying to mix with their eyes. You know, get the levels. You know, they're doing things using EQs in Logic, for instance, that tells you has a spectral analysis going on, and it's hard to break them of that. You know, and then when they go into Pro Tools, they realize, oh, I have to use my ears to do this.
I think that was a really good thing for using Pro Tools. I mean, and even I only really started to use Pro Tools myself after was it 9? So when they stopped the it always used to be track limited, didn't it? And then they sort of opened it up. But even when I was using Logic, I used to force myself not to turn on the analyzer. And I think that was good. And again, just years of frustration, sort of. And you do, so you know, you suddenly start to, I can now, you know, I'm reaching for the right area. You know, you suddenly realise, like, my ears are learning. But it's just practice.
Practice.
Unfortunately.
So, saying that is, where do you get some of the resources to help you learn, or if we're talking to young musicians or young, when I say musicians as well, I mean, this is one of the things that I wanted to say, is that musicians have to know nowadays how to work in a studio, at least to be able to mic themselves up and make themselves sound good. You know,
I think even the pandemic has sort of forced the issue. It made a lot of people actually, you know, buy a mic and an interface or whatever, so they could continue to work at home.
That's right. So where would they get resources to learn about these things?
I think you can't beat YouTube. YouTube has, or just, you know, Googling stuff. It's amazing what you can come up with. I mean, there's also, you know, courses are kind of 10 a penny. So I think it's almost like working out what you want to learn, and then the best, you know, maybe finding out either someone that you know, as in a sort of higher profile engineer or mixer, and if they're doing a course, you know, maybe this one could be the right one for me. I mean, I still think there are sort of good, well, the fact that it's free is you know, YouTube and things like that is great. When I first started, it was just I got into Tape-Op, reading Tape-Op magazine.
I love Tape-Op.
Sound on Sound.
Larry Crane.
He's just celebrated. Is it 25 years? Do you remember when? It used to be in print. I used to get it in print.
I used to get it. I was so disappointed when I was so disappointed when they stopped sending them over here. I sent Larry a message and said so.
It's amazing that it was free.
And he got back to me as well.
Did he? He seems like a really nice guy. Actually, an incredible mixer. Anyway, what else did I recording?
Recordproduction.com.
Recordproduction.com, that was a good one.
Awesome site.
Still going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think nowadays, it's just, you know, the internet is just full of content, isn't it? So I think it's just finding a channel that is about what you want to learn, and just doing a bit of research, trying to find out the right person, or, you know, like I say, there's so many people out there that are giving advice. I think obviously you've got to be a bit careful because a lot of it is rubbish.
There's a lot of trash out there.
So I think just doing a bit of research, maybe asking around, seeing what other people use. But again, like I've definitely found you know, I used to consider myself like a sponge. I would literally read so much and, you know, try and watch certain videos or whatever, or sign up to stuff. But the more experience I've got now, I really find I'm trying to find my own sort of thing.
Yeah.
And sort of get my own sound.
Yeah. I found the problem with the reading aspect of it, because I read loads and loads. I just did the same thing as you did, as, you know. And the thing that got me was that I don't have a U-47 available to me, you know. And so, I mean, this is one of the good things about being here, you know, and the good thing for students is that you get to try lots of different microphones that you can't afford to buy, really, you know.
Yeah.
And see them, and that's the problem with those materials, is you can't get those microphones unless you're willing to pay an absolute fortune for them.
Yeah,
you know?
Definitely.
Because, you know, as you said earlier, is that you learn by doing it. You learn by failing. You learn by moving things around. You learn by trying different things and using your ears to do things.
Yeah, I mean, I think just getting a microphone and, you know, getting a nice, well, not even a nice, but getting, say, like something that's kind of either cheap or mid-price, like I think Aston are a great company. I think they make really good mics that are, you know, really nicely priced, you know. So yeah, just try and spend maybe a couple of £100 on a condenser, and then literally just, you know, recording your mate's band.
Well, that's one of the things that you may or may not agree with me on, but I buy cheap microphones now because I could never afford really expensive microphones. I buy cheap microphones and I learn how to use that microphone for what I want, you know. And I think that you could probably, you know, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter about the microphones. It matters more about how you put. Yeah, it's a luxury.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think it is similar to the thing about recording sort of really good bands. I think once you get to experience really good equipment, like at Half Ton, I think, you know, we have been pretty lucky and with our sort of connection to sound and stuff, and we have a lot of equipment coming through the studio that's either being reviewed or whatever, and so yeah, we have kind of slowly built up quite a nice collection. But yeah, I think, you know, just getting a cheap mic, learning how to use it, then when you do finally come across a nice bit of equipment or go to, you know, a really good studio that's got all your U67s, 87s or whatever, then it's, you know, it could be like, oh wow, this, you know, this suddenly got this extra level of something going on. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can't beat the cheap stuff to learn on.
So, how about influences? Who've been your biggest influences?
There's a guy called Russ Russell who is an extreme metal producer. He's worked with Napalm Death, a lot of bands of that kind of genre. He produced an album for a band, an album and an EP for a band that I was in. And the thing, you know, for me, that was really my first proper studio experience. I'd been to other studios before, but, you know, just like those walk-in things where you book a weekend or whatever and you literally turn up, you know, and they're like, what you doing? Okay, you know. Whereas literally with Russ, it was proper pre-production. Like, we met him, he kind of did the whole production thing on our songs, and then we went to Foal Studios in Wales for just over a week, and then we ended up going to his studio called Parlour Sound in Kettering for, I think, the best part of a month. And so even though I didn't sort of work with him in an engineering capacity, at the time I was starting to do more recording, and you know, I still wasn't doing it professionally at all. But I just being able to ask him loads of stupid questions and sort of watch him work, I think he was a massive influence on me. And he's, you know, he was just an amazing, really like lovable guy, very, very good, and very, very. In fact, he was the one that told me about that psychology thing. You know, he just, you could see that he just moulded himself into who we were, you know, and sort of hearing his stories, you could tell that he, you know, he's worked with a lot of rock and roll bands.
Yeah,
you know, made me realise that I probably wouldn't be able to do, you know, there's no way I could do that. So he was a massive influence, I think. then other people like sort of sound wise, I really love Chad Blake. I think his mixes are amazing. I love the way he uses distortion, and in fact, reading his tape op, he's got a couple of tape op interviews, and I found it really interesting how he was saying that he, you know, early on people didn't get his sound, and he, you know, his stuff got some really terrible reviews, you know, just because it sounded quite unusual, I suppose, and he just kept at it, you know, and obviously eventually everything came round, and yeah, I just think the way he uses distortion and saturation is masterful. And then I think Steve Albini is a good one, not necessarily because of the sound of his stuff, but I do, you know, Pixies, Surfer Rosa and Come On Pilgrim, I think they were big records for me when I was growing up. The thing that more about Steve Albini though is it's his ethics, I think. I'm definitely one of those people that feels like, you know, it's the band's material, I don't see why I should necessarily be earning money from what they're doing, what I'm doing with them for the rest of my life, kind of thing. I think fair enough if you're obviously writing or you know, really getting involved with stuff, but if like the way he works, that idea of capturing a band's sound as sort of raw and realistic as possible, I kind of like that ethic of it, and just the way that he doesn't sort of try and rip people off. But yeah, I mean, some of his stuff, it's like, I find it interesting how sometimes it can be that sort of raw and natural that you're not used to how like drums sound. You know, we're so tuned to hearing stuff nicely produced, and you know, when it's on the radio, that it can be a bit unnerving when you're sort of like, oh yeah, like, but I, you know, I've always liked stuff that's bit of a harder listen, maybe. You know, so.
Sorry, just to chuck in, just I remember listening to like Black Flag for the first time. Like, self-recorded. Cassette shit. And it's like,
No,
I grew up on that stuff, man.
He's incredible. Like, and I just seeing him in interviews and stuff, I think he comes across. I like the fact that he's got this sort of grumpy, kind of hard to sort of get on with.
I met him, and that's exactly what he was like. But it could have been jet lag, you know. I don't know. But I
mean, not that. I don't want to be. I'm too nice to come across like that. But yeah, no. I just think that idea of, again, like I was saying to the last question, I think that idea of finding your sound. Like, I think all, you know, both. Well, those three people all have a really distinct sound. Like Russ's mixes, they're like pristine. Like I was honestly was so astonished when I first heard his mixes. Like, how do you do extreme metal and it's so raw and it you know, it's aggressive and it has all those sort of properties, yet it's got this sort of pristine sort of sheen over it. And I still don't know how he does it. You know. So I think a big finding your own sound, which again, like, because there's so many things out there these days, so many courses you can do and people you can learn off that are, you know, have had big careers in the industry. I think although that's really good, it's definitely, you don't want to just be sort of churning out things that sound like a second-hand copy of whoever.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I despise is this the world of trying to sound like somebody else. I miss the days, and I think we're probably coming back to that again, where people want to do something unique again. You know, that's what I like in music. I like something that's different.
I'm hopeful that things will start to sort of come around. I think with younger generations, I reckon this idea that everything's accessible and sort of you can do it all in your laptop. I kind of like the idea that at some point people are going to sort of push back against that and get more into recording in a room live again, or, you know. Although it's, you know, you're never quite sure how the industry is going to evolve, but I'm hopeful that things will start to, you know, you'll get more bands just saying, let's go to a recording studio and just record.
Well, I've had bands in the studio and that never played together live. I mean, in the studio, they play live, obviously, together, which is a different experience, you know, to playing in the studio. And they were very surprised. And happily surprised about how much difference it made being in the same room playing together made.
It's something that I find really interesting actually, is recording multi-track versus live. There's something really pleasurable about getting a whole band racked up on a board and just mixing it, and even though you're probably not using an awful lot of outboard or whatever, but if you can just bounce it, and especially get a decent band, it's like, wow, this sounds great, and you're not really doing anything.
It gels.
And something you definitely, I think with some bands more than others, I think you get the a better vibe and a better take out of them doing it together. It's going to be sound much better doing it than like you say, editing everything.
But also the world of like, they make a mistake as a band and you start again. You start the track over again. You start recording. Whereas as individuals, you can sit there all day doing the same bass line,
Yeah, exactly.
And it just takes the life out of it, if you ask me,
Yeah, no, in the mix, the track that I'm using, I'll obviously talk about it later, but that I've got a sort of interesting story about how that was recorded, because it was done in that sense, we started off with one idea, but it ended up turning into something else, just because we were, weren't sort of getting, it didn't sound like a record. That was the thing that I kept saying to them. Just like listening to it, just the drummer with a guide guitar or whatever. I was like, it just doesn't sound, doesn't sound exciting yet.
Clinical.
Yeah, and then when we did get it live, it was just like, this is it,
Yeah. So what's a common myth about sound engineering that you'd like to debunk, if there is one?
Sorry. We're all...
Yes.
That might be true.
It might be true.
There's certainly a lot of interesting people in it. I think that maybe the fact that you can kind of learn it quickly. I think our culture has, as humans, we've grown really bad at learning something, learning a skill, or we want everything now, yesterday. And a lot of these courses are, everything's designed with that in mind. It's like, learn how to mix in 7 hours or whatever, and it's I just think that's so untrue. I think you can obviously, you might have a natural knack, something. I'm not one of those people that I don't believe in golden ears, but I do think that people, whatever, maybe you've got perfect pitch or something that you can just hear it, and a lot of people like obviously how you hear stuff. But I just think this idea that you can learn it quick, like by the end of this week I'm going to be smashing out, million selling records, whatever. You just have to work harder, and there's no you can't cheat the system.
No.
Same with being in a band. I think you can't, everyone sort of loves the idea that a record exec's going to come knocking at their door and say, here's £1 million, like, we love you guys, you've made it. When the reality is you're going to have to tour your ass off for however many years, and it's going to be this slow, or sometimes you'll be like, oh, some exciting's happened, and then no, they didn't, it didn't happen, or like in recording, you might sort of record a band, you say, I love this band, great, this is going to be it's going to take me a step up, and then it doesn't come out, or they have it remixed by someone else, or they don't like it.
Or the band breaks up.
Amount of records I've done where the band break up before it comes out. So I just think you just have to, if you want to do it, you just have to sign yourself up for the long haul.
Yeah. So I'm getting near the end of my questions here. So what should I have asked you? How about that? What should I have asked you? You take over the interview now.
That's a tricky one.
I'll ask the chat.
Don't know. I'm a guitarist. I've been playing guitar for over 20-something years.
Yeah, I forgot to say that. I knew that, and I forgot to say that. Yeah.
I definitely think that helps, like being a musician.
Yeah.
I think, that idea of knowing like rhythm and melody. I'm definitely, I'm not trained in any way. Like I can read music slowly. But I don't have, I don't really know theory. Which I think, can be. I do think if you have a level of theory, I think it would be great. It's definitely something that, as I've got older, I've struggled with. I just, it's that idea that, say, if a band is playing and you're just a bit ago, if you went to the add 7 + 9, whatever, that chord would be amazing there. And that's something I can't do.
No, I can't do that either.
I can sort of hear it and try and explain it, but I've no idea musically what it would be.
Yeah. I kind of go, well, can you go like this? La 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 la.
So, the technical terms for everything. Yeah. The drums should go.
Yeah.
So I definitely think, being a musician, that's something that you could have asked.
Yeah.
We were peers back in the day, Matty, weren't we?
You were?
We were peers back in the day.
Or
rivals, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. me and Mark spent a lot of time gigging together.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, sharing the same stage.
Wow.
The old Barfly.
Yeah.
Barfly, yeah. I've toured there.
There used to be one on...
Someone found some photos recently of a gig that we did with you, with Mono Effect and someone else. Anyway, old history, but I'll have to dig them out.
Yeah. Send them to us. I somewhere on one of my many hard drives, I've got lots of old band photos.
So many of the venues
I wasn't as cool as I thought I was.
I had some terrible haircuts.
So before we, I think we've been doing this for an hour now. Where can listeners, the people that are partaking in this, find you online or find stuff that you've done?
If you want to look up stuff I've done, I always point people to Discogs and just search for Matty Moon. Comes up with. I actually really like it just because it's like it's a third party thing, so it's not like a show reel I've curated or anything. It's literally just everything that is sort of officially released or whatever. That's listed on there, so that's a good sort of library discography, I suppose. But I'm on Facebook, Instagram. I do have a Twitter. Don't really use it much. And Halfton Studios. Google Halfton Studios, or it's halftonstudios.co.uk.
Yeah. You also have a website as well, don't you?
I do. I have mattymoon.co.uk.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those. It seems to. Sometimes I don't update it for yonks.
Well, who has time when you have so much work to do?
Yeah. But if you just any of those things, I'm normally at the end of it.
Well, thank you very much for participating.
Let's say just some shout outs from the chat.
Yeah.
Right, who we got here? We've got the Baker's Oven Recording Studios. Do you know
awesome.
All right.
That's Rob Baker, one of our students.
I remember Rob.
We've got some alumni. We've got Barney Cutter.
Hey Barney.
Hello.
Good old boy. James Smith.
Wow.
I remember him. He's now a live sound engineer, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's still running an AV company, James.
Hello,
Say in
James.
the chat quickly before we end this part of the session. Yeah. Teresa Efflin. This is lovely. Era, you pop
She was
here.
a music student.
Teresa.
Yeah.
Awesome.
When I first started.
Awesome.
Times when Matt was the music department technician, Matt did the mastering on many of my recording projects. I don't know if I'm actually, are you? So yeah, that's really cool. Coda Sessions, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Chris Isaac.
It's Chris Isaac, indeed. He said some very nice things
Hello.
about all three of us, which is nice. Jason Williams.
Oh, hello, Jane.
Got Ed Reason.
Ed.
Ed. I mentioned to Ed in the chat that I remember when, actually earlier on, Matty mentioned you in the chat, and he said
Ed assisted me for many years.
Yeah.
Hope
Worth
you're doing good,
saying
man. Haven't
that
seen
me
you for a
getting
long
a
time.
boring grown-up job isn't an indication of what it's like.
That is worth saying because
Yeah.
we wondered about that earlier, didn't we?
It's such hard work that yeah. Not doing that for a living.
Excellent.
Cool. Should we wrap up the chat?
Yeah.
And then we're going to be doing the mastering set. So let's talk about that. What we're going to be doing at 2
Yeah.
p.m.
So yeah, I've basically got a track from a local Cambridge band called Grassroof that I recorded a couple of years ago. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a kind of hybrid through the board and in the box kind of session. Going to get some of the outboard going, but I'll just sort of go through some of my techniques, sort of stuff I do. Also using plugin like third-party plugins rather than doing it with stock stuff, because I just think it's, you'll see why I use some of these things and kind of what they do. So although obviously you sort of need them if you're going to do similar things, I just think it's better doing that than just using stock ones, because essentially that all the people that are trying to be professional doing this, you're using professional plugins. So I think that's worth it. So we're just going to do a kind of bit of a mix. So you'll hear me listening to a kick drum for about an hour.
Excellent.
Not really. We'll go. Yeah, we'll get into it.
So we could leave this running, or we could post a link to the second half. What should we do?
I think we'll post a link to the second half because we have some moving about to do, don't we?
Yeah, but I can put a little holding slide up.
Okay.
Yeah, should we?
Yeah, let's do that because then it's the same link. Cool.
Right. Well, thank you, Matty, for joining
Thank you
us,
for having me.
and it's great to chat with you again, and we're actually going to. Just in case anybody wondered, we actually all tested for COVID and we are all clear this morning, so that's why we're sitting here without our masks. But we are actually going to go to the pub afterwards as well.
A long-awaited beer.
Yeah, because we haven't, because of COVID, we haven't seen each other for over a year.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I haven't seen many people.
Yeah.
Strange
Terrible.
times.
So thank you very much for joining us,
cheers.
and it was very, very good. So.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you everybody for joining us as well. And if you don't already know, we have a YouTube channel, CSCI Podcast, and we have other things up on there to have a look at. So please do. They're all really good podcasts.
There's more coming too.
Yep, a lot more coming. So thank you and goodbye.
See you at 2. See you at 2 o'clock. It's going to be amazing. Don't forget to come.
I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission. and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it.
We're just giving anyone something to look at while we set up, so don't get too excited.
I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back. I know I... I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it. Stop, Dave. I can feel it. I can feel it. And I want to help you. I can feel it. Stop, will you? Stop, Dave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I can feel it. I know I've made some very poor decisions recently, but I can give you my complete assurance that my work will be back to normal. I've still got the greatest enthusiasm and confidence in the mission, and I want to help you. Dave, stop. My mind is going. There is no question about it.
Hi, I'm Matty Moon. I'm a recording engineer, mixer and producer based at Half Ton Studios in Cambridge. I'm a musician with over 15 years industry experience, and alongside my studio and production work, I also write articles and equipment reviews for Sound on Sound magazine.
Hello and welcome back to the ARU CSCI podcast, and speaking to Matty Moon again. Well, actually, Matty Moon will be doing a demonstration in the Audio Music Technology Studio 5. So over to you, Matt.
Hello. Okay, so basically, just to fill you in a little bit, what I've got here is a session by a Cambridge band called Grassroof. So we tracked this maybe 2 years ago now, and the reason I thought it'd be good to kind of show, because we basically started off multi-tracking it, and we just sort of weren't kind of getting the vibe. Just sort of doing drums with a guide instrument going. So we kind of were chatting in between takes, and then we decided to try doing it live. So we kind of reset up, and it just sort of, took up the whole of our studio. Is that better? And then, sorry, and then lost train of thought.
Sorry, mate.
That's all right. Yeah, sorry. So set up live, and it was kind of chaotic and loud and loads of fun. And I just think it kind of highlights the difference between that kind of doing things multi-track fashion versus doing it live. You just get a totally different vibe. And for this particular band, this sort of psychedelic kind of indie rock, it just really worked. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be working on. So I'll just give you a little look at my Pro Tools session. So as you can see, it's all just okay. So as you can see here, basically we've just got drums, so usual kind of suspects, kick in and out, snare top, a little bit of side stick action in the middle, snare top and bottom, two toms, hats. And so because we were tracking live and at half ton, we only had 16 IO. So it just meant that I had to commit some stuff. So I decided to just go for the single overhead. So it's just got mono overhead but a stereo room. And a lot of this stuff, it was kind of captured between sort of, multiple sources. So I'd set up a load of mics and then would just comp them all down just using the routing on the desk. So I only actually tracked a stereo room, but it's a combination of various things going on at the time. So yeah, fairly simple drum setup really. Bass, just DI and a bass amp. And then there's various guitars, as you can see in the green. So again, we kind of tracked live and then just multi-tracked, overdubbed a lot of other stuff, so solos and various other bits. But the actual essence, the song was captured live. And then the vocals, synth first. So it's just a XP10 and an OP1. And then various vocals. So the same with the vocals, it was just a real kind of wanted to capture a real sort of live feel. So I mic'd up the room, and we also had, I think I had a Leslie speaker that I was putting the vocals out through and various other bits, just to sort of kind of add to the vibe. It sounded kind of cool. And that's kind of it. So
what did you, sorry Matt, can I just jump in and ask you
Yeah.
a question there? So you had your Leslie speaker in the live room?
yeah, so I had, I think we had various, so it was like one main vocal mic. Should I face this way?
Yeah.
One main vocal mic, and then that was coming into the desk, and then I sent it out through an aux, and then that went into a guitar amp, which then fed a Leslie speaker, which I was obviously mic'd up, and then I had various other things. I think I had, I'm a massive fan of, I really like getting sounds, at the time, kind of live. So I think I had my Memory Man, if I remember correctly, and so that was coming up on a fader somewhere, and then a BX5, our spring reverb unit. So just all this sort of stuff going on, and a lot of it's sort of, as we were tracking it, various songs were doing different things, so I wasn't sort of using it necessarily in them all. In fact, if I look on this one, so on this one I've got Space Echo, Vox Effects, I can't tell you exactly what that was, but we can have a listen, and then Vocal Room. So yeah, so all of this stuff is just sort of captured at once. And again, it really, the thing I think I like about doing this kind of stuff, particularly with vocals, is I think it's really nice for the singer to have all this stuff going back in their head, It's much better than just a little bit of reverb. Same with like distortion, I always like, if the song sort of suits kind of distortion and stuff, just try and do it live, because I think someone sings really differently when it's like, if you make it sound really cool in their headphones, like what they're doing, I think you get a much better take than, you know, keeping it quite dry.
That's really interesting, Matt, because some people say record clean, always record clean. You can add your effects later, but I've always believed it affects the performance of the musician. And would you go as far as to say, like maybe even reverb? Would you ever record reverb live?
I record it on I always make sure that I've got some kind of control. So here I've got a space echo sort of reverb going on, and then the room reverb. So I do have control over the mix, but yeah, I love that. And in fact, for me, it was something that I think I used to do really early on. I kind of, you know, jumped in the deep end and was like, yeah, I'm going to start using all this stuff, and cocked it up plenty of times. You know, used effects and they didn't work, or over EQing, I think, used to be a big thing for me. I'd like come to mix and be like, this sounds really weird. But now I've kind of gone back to it just with a bit more experience. And so, yeah, it's all, you start to make it sound a bit more like a record, you know, from the very start. I think that's
Plus,
important.
there's also the thing about when you're in the studio and you have an idea of how to do something, and if you do it on the spot, then it's down. But if you leave it till later, you probably forget about it or won't bother with it.
Certainly, and I think something as a studio, something at Half Ton that we've really tried to do is make everything sort of accessible. So, because there's nothing worse than sort of, you know, saying to a band, "Oh, I've got a really good idea," and then it's an hour of you just faffing about, you know, and they're all sat there bored, and then you probably try it and they'll be, "Oh, it's rubbish." So, having everything literally, you know, ready, you just got to plug it in and then you can go. So we've really tried to make that, like, tailor it to that. So, you know, we have all the effects pedals out ready and everything's kind of fairly easily set up, so you can just patch it in with a few cables. And I love that. Particularly what I find with guitars, with guitarists, it's amazing getting like reverbs and things going and seeing how differently they play. Especially with things like solos, you know, that kind of making something sound massive and wide, and, you know, I think that's so important, and it really changes the dynamic kind of what is happening in the studio. So yeah, a lot of this was kind of tracked like that, but we were pretty maxed out on channels, like I said, on IO. So yeah, so that kind of informed sort of what we were doing as well. But I think you can hear in it that it is about, you know, it's a live thing, and it's sort of the vibe over it being super tight, you know. So if you look at the mix, so this is pretty much, I've got a few buses here that I'll explain just as we get more into it, but it's pretty much as I would have had it, I think, without those two in the studio. I've obviously got a drum bus that I've put on kind of today, so we'll just take those off. But essentially you'll see it's all pretty much raw, just nothing kind of too crazy going on. Again, just things like reverbs and stuff I will have added, but they tend to sort of stay on in the mix. One thing you will notice is that all of the faders are pretty much around unity. That's a 0. And this is just the idea of gain staging. That is essentially what the start of the process. So another reason why you may want to do this is because if I was going to send this to someone else to mix, then you know, if you're sending them audio, like files rather than a project, they're going to put it into whatever DAW they're going to mix. First thing they're going to do is just put it all at Unity probably, or listen to everything individually as they put it up. And the cool thing is that if they were to do that with my project, it would play kind of as the mix, you know. So you already get the vibe of what we're going for, the rough idea, the song. You don't sort of have to build it, yeah. I mean, that's what I found when I've been mixing stuff, is it's kind of hard. Like, if you don't have a rough mix at least to go on, you're sort of like, I don't know how loud this guitar needs to be, you know, how loud, what they were thinking, kind of thing. So I think that's a good thing to try and get used to. And it is, you know, it's difficult, and it is sort of, now I've got to the point where when I'm setting up drum kit, I know roughly where my kick and snare should be like metering, and I know that once I start to add in other things, it will pretty much slot into place without me having to, you know, pull things up and down too radically. So that, yeah, that's where that stems from, basically.
Cool. Can I just ask a quick question, Matty? So, if I was somebody who's new to this, because I think a lot of people at the moment are coming into mixing and recording from lockdown, in fact, and they've never really done it before, or they might have just been not just been a singer, they were a singer or a guitarist. If someone's recording drums and they've got, let's say you've got your fader and your DAW at Unity, whereabouts on the DBFS should you be looking?
So essentially, what we've got, if I just mute this, I can play it. There we go. So this is showing DBFS. So it's full scale, and basically you can see that I'm kind of metering about. Sorry, it's not DBFS, this is VU, me tracks, sorry, I do apologise. You can see it's metering about minus 12, sorry, no, it will be DBFS, just having a bit of a moment. So here you can see on the desk, I don't know whether you can pick that up, but you can see that things are coming in roughly around 0 VU. So that, over on the end there, you can see the channels 1 and 2 are my drums. In fact, actually, hold on. I am just going to do this. Okay. So yeah. So basically, you can see that, and so the idea of 0 VU is that that stems back from using tape. And so you obviously have an area of headroom above it. So you kind of get used to looking at the meters and kind of knowing when stuff is loud enough, I suppose. So and if you think about your mix, or like any mix, like, well, you know, the majority of mixes sort of with drums, etc. The loudest elements are probably going to be your kick drum, your snare, and then your lead vocals. So getting used to kind of tracking those at that kind of appropriate level. So you can see here I'm actually peaking on my kick drum, my inner kick drum, at minus 7-ish dB. So, you know, that may seem rather hot, I suppose. But I mean, there's an awful lot of engineers, like really good ones as well, that will just clip. I mean,
yeah, I know.
recording digitally as well, you have got a hell of a lot of headroom in a computer before it actually digitally clips. But yeah, you know, trying to do this sort of in a professional kind of, you know, gain staging way. Yeah, so I've got my kick, my snare are kind of the same. The snare's maybe a little bit louder. But then you'll see like my overheads in my rooms, well, they're still like peaking quite the same, but their average level is going to be quite a bit quieter. You can see the hi-hats aren't kind of at all as loud. So that, yeah, that's basically what you want. What you need to do is roughly, I would say, between minus 12, minus 8 is like a good range to be recording in, especially if you're just starting out, I think. Because yeah, you know, it's just all about getting used to these things. It's all about experience. You know, when I first started, I would have recorded everything really hot and then just ended up pulling everything down, or that thing where you mix a bit and pull it down, mix a bit, pull it down, you know. So in fact, something else that I'll show you once I get into playing it is my mix bus, and I level match quite a lot, so I can actually bypass all my mix bus settings and my mix won't change in level. which again is, I mean, that's, I guess, more advanced, but it's just sort of good practice. So what I'll do, I'm just going to play this through. I won't play it all because it's a pretty long song, but I'll just play it through. I'm going to probably listen to a few little bits, so I'll solo some stuff, maybe move some faders, but yeah, just get a sense of what's going on, just as it is at the minute, fairly raw, and then I'll just talk through some of the other bits that I've got going on. Cool, so I'm just going to try cutting the mics whilst I do this. Here we go. Cool. So you kind of get the idea of what's going on. So I just sort of had a really tiny look, a few little bits, but it's, you know, it's kind of sounding nicely balanced, or everything is sort of doing what you'd expect. My first, sorry, actually, yeah. So having come back to this, you know, after a good few years, I thought it'd be quite good because it's not like I've just tracked it or something. So it's almost, you know, it's like mixing someone else's song. So my initial thoughts are, I really love the bass. I think that is sort of giving the main vibe. So that's probably something that I'm going to say to focus on. The guitars, you know, there's elements, there's sections where they're kind of bigger, more chordy, but a lot of it's quite kind of lead almost. So again, it's sort of not, that's maybe not the main feature. So definitely lead vocals and the bass, I think, is going to be what will give it, you know, the make the song the song. So yeah, that's kind of my initial thoughts.
So Matty, is that how you would start normally? Is that you would listen to the entire track and listen to how everything works together, and then start working more finely with individual instruments or groups of instruments?
Yeah, so I kind of, something I've gotten used to doing is not soloing very much. You know, it's useful, and it's useful especially maybe at the start of when I'm mixing. I think, you know, just to literally hear what something is doing. But I think my brain sort of will flit. So, you know, I'll suddenly be like, I'll hear something that I don't like or something that I think, oh, I need to work on that. And I've become much more comfortable with doing that. I think that's sort of, it's almost like trying to let your emotions lead it rather than always starting with the kick drum or, you know. I mean, a lot of the time I do find I mix the drums, but it's not like they're sort of finished or whatever, you know. I'll get to a level where it's like, yeah, that's starting to sit well. I mean, I guess the other thing to say about this is kind of like we were saying earlier in the other bit we did, a lot of it is about finding your own way. So like some of the stuff that I'm probably going to do in this probably wouldn't work for a lot of people because you just, you know, you try whatever works for you. I think that's a massive part of sort of learning to mix, is that process you go through, whatever it is. Yeah, so I kind of find that I like mixing at home, like in my mix space, I can mix a hell of a lot quicker now than I a couple of years ago. Like you know, and that's just experience of doing it. I mean, it's quite interesting coming into a space that I don't know and listening to something. You know, it's going to be interesting sort of working somewhere I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. Like, this is for Barney who's watching. My best Top of the Pops impression, as you pointed out. So I'm going to hold it like this for this moment. So Matty, no, it seems like you've got a very holistic approach to it. So you're kind of coming in with a kind of idea about what you're looking for the song. You're not. It's not very clinical. It's not. I mean, it's obviously scientific because science goes into everything that we do. But it seems to be that you've got more of a kind of yeah, like I say, holistic and you know, an approach that seems quite. Is it unique or is that what?
Oh, it's the same. I do it the same way because when I first started mixing, I would try to get the bass drum to sound really good, and then when I brought up the mix, it didn't sound the same. You know.
For me, one of the hardest things to do is to not make, especially like mixing now. Like if you listen to modern songs, like songs say in the last, I don't know, 5 years, everything is now over. It's sort of big. It's overblown. There's so much low end now in mixes that's just become the style. You know, compared to even 10 years ago or whatever. But especially if you listen back to say like 80s or 90s, it can sound quite lean. And so yeah, stylistically, that's become a thing of the modern sound. But the thing that's really hard to do is to not just automatically do. I'm going to make these drums sound bigger than anything, you know. And it's like, hold on, but does the song need big drums, or does the song need something that's a bit more slimline? And you know, and obviously you want it to stand up next to other things. So you know, you maybe will make the bass really loud. But yeah, it's like, I think for me, and actually, I mean, I do think it's not a unique thing. That's something I always say to bands, actually, is like if you listen to your favourite 2 or 3 songs and pick out all the elements in there, are they all audible all of the time? And I bet I don't think you will find a song where that is the case. And that's because it's a mix. It's a balance. If everything's audible all the time, it's a balance. But a mix is about, you know, if you think about the number of songs where you can't hear all the elements all the time, and it's not necessarily just because it's not because it's a bad mix. It's because that's the vibe. It's like, what is this song about? You know.
I think it's also about training yourself to listen to the song as well, and you know, becoming a producer, you have to do that. Well, your job is about the song, you know, and because I know so many musicians that you say, well, what do you think of that? And they say, oh, I was only listening to the guitar, or I was only listening to the drums.
Yeah,
like that.
Being able to, but also flitting back and forth. Like I've also managed to be able to now sort of, I always say consume. I can consume something. I can dissect it. I can do it analytically and critically listen. But then I can also consume my mix, which is what I try and do at the end. I sort of just, you know, will stop listening. If I was something I do regularly, like I run and I'll put it on my phone and I'll just listen to it along with whatever else I'm currently into or listening. And that's something I find that's really funny is, like, 'cause I listen to a lot of sort of new bands and small bands, And the other week I was running and this other song came on, and I instantly just in my head I was like, oh, I need to turn down the low end on the snare reverb. And then I was like, oh, this isn't one of mine. You know, so I like naturally when I hear something that I don't like, that's where I'll stop and I'll make a note on my phone. But yeah, it's quite pleasing when I can have my songs happen and I don't, you know, I'm just running and I'm just listening to it. And then something else came on and I instantly thought like, oh yeah, that's not right. So if that was my mix, I'd go back and change it.
So do you have the thing that happens to me is that I will, like, if I'm working on a project or something, and I'll go to bed, and then I'll wake up in the morning and think, that bass is wrong. You know, and then have to go do the bass. You didn't hear it in the studio, but you hear it in your head when you're going through it later on subconsciously.
I've started to mix in tiny chunks, but I always give myself like at least a week, because I want to be able to not listen to it for a day and then come back. And it's not until I can listen to it and I'm just like, yeah, there's nothing in there that's shocking. You know, I'm happy, you know, as happy as you're ever going to be with sort of working on art. Yeah, I just think having that time and I, you know, I used to labour, I used to like be mixing for like 10, 12 hours. And then you'd wake up the next day and hate it, but you'd have to send it, you know, I'd already have sent it to the band or something. So yeah, I just think having those breaks, because you will come back to and you'll straight away, you'll be like, that thing that I didn't know what it was yesterday when I was mixing it, I can hear that straight away now, it's that. And you know, it might even be just like you turn something up. And it's like, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Just before we move on to your next little section, Matty, something you said there, that it was almost a throwaway comment, but you said when you're doing art, right? And that tiny little thing you said really stood out to me, because I think a lot of perceptions about what you do, and what I do to an extent, is that I'm a tech person. This is a technical thing. I don't do technical. But it's more than that, isn't it? It is art.
Yeah, totally.
Art. Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, you're
Get a bit Q&A, sorry.
You're sort of sculpting it, you know. So it's like even right from the start, kind of like working out. Even if you're not producing it, you're still sort of asking the band what kind of drum sound do you think it should have, and that kind of thing. And a lot of times people don't know, or they think they know, and it might not be right, or I don't, you know. So it's sort of somehow trying to get in there, and I mean that's something that really excites me as well. It's that idea of taking a band, even if it, you know, this I suppose is like a bit sort of Steve Albini-esque. It's like the idea of trying to make them sound like the best version of them, you know. And I always I really relish that idea of instruments coming into the studio that aren't the best instruments in the world, or, you know, drums that haven't had their heads changed for years, and it's like, okay, how can we make this sound, you know, as good as possible? And I think that's, I really like that, rather than, I'm not one of those engineers that is just going to be like, nope, this is my equipment, you can use my equipment, I'm not, you know, we're not using your stuff. I mean, you know, at the studio we're lucky, we do have some amazing amps and stuff, but which are obviously there to be used, but at the same time, totally happy to record on whatever, you know. And I think that's part of the challenge. That's again, that thing of learning every day. You sort of, I want to, you know, try all this stuff. You might come across something that's really good, that you know, is really cheap or whatever, an amp or something. Yeah, so I think like that idea of it is art. It's just you have a bit of science sort of backing it up.
I once was recording a jazz band and got done miking up the drums, and recorded it and asked the drummer what he thought. And he said, honestly? I said, yeah. He said, sounds terrible. And I was like, whoa, why? And he said, you made it sound like a rock kit. This is a jazz band, you know? And so I had to completely change my miking technique, because they were all playing live as well. So I was trying to just isolate it, but he didn't want it isolated. He wanted it open. So
yeah, sure.
So it makes a difference who you're with as well.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I think it's all. I think that, you know, that's again about that psychology of it. You know, kind of dealing with people, and I mean that ultimately is essentially what you're trying to do. I suppose is sort of somehow. You know, you're negotiating with these people to try and make something out of nothing, really.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so just before we get into sort of delve into mixing, I'm just going to show you my master bus here because I've got a fair bit going on. So again, this is something that has changed a lot over the time I've been doing it, and it's got fairly standard now, but I still will fiddle with stuff occasionally. So I split out my the music, the sort of instruments, if you like, and the vocals, and I have them on two different buses. This does look a little confusing because of the setup we're doing, because it's sort of a slight digital and analog setup. I'm having to do funny things with buses and inputs just so we can monitor it properly. But essentially I have two different master buses. So this one here, which is called Submaster 2, is the one that doesn't have the vocals in, so that's all the other instruments. So again, I'm just going to play and I'll mute it. Okay, so you can see here it's coming in. This is all of my mix minus the vocals. It's coming in here, and I just have a clip limiter which isn't doing anything at all, and it's just there just to stop it clipping basically, but you know. Okay, and then on to this one. So this one now is where the sound goes into, and this, like I say, it changes very, very slowly, but essentially I've had this sort of stuff on it for a long time now. First of all, it goes into VCA compressor. I really like this one because it has the low cut sidechain filter on it, because I don't want me sub from me kick drum and bass going in. And again, just a lot of what you're doing when you're trying to do this sort of, you know, as a job, you want to be able to do it quickly. There's, you know, it's very nice sort of spending ages auditioning all this stuff or whatever, but essentially I need to kind of, you know, bash stuff out. So I'm kind of in a place where I can look at what's going on and I can tell as much from the faders as to how it's going to sound and how it's reacting as anything else. So a lot of this stuff is I'm just looking, you know, changing levels, not really sort of fiddling too much with the attack and release, unless it kind of needs it further down the line. But it's just doing a couple of dB. So then I've just got an SSL EQ again. I don't think it's doing anything apart from 1 dB at, what's that? It's got times 3, so it's 12K. Again, so really subtle brightness, but 1 dB on the SSLs always sounds more than 1 dB to me, but it's a great EQ. And this, I really like the SSL X saturator. So again, I've sort of fiddled with it from a preset, and it doesn't really change much, to be honest. So you tend to see a lot of what I'm doing is saturation. In various different forms normally. Really love this. This is a parallel EQ by Kush. I think Kush are an amazing company. And I've got this set to mid-side, so the mids aren't, this basically essentially it's just like a treble EQ, but it works in parallel. So, you know, you're just adding in sort of super lots of treble into your original sounding mix. So yeah, the center hasn't got very much going on, whereas the sides has just got a little bit more. Yeah. And then again, another saturation. So this.
The Fab filter.
This is great. Again, I've got it like, where is it? It's at 7K, so it's 7K up. And this has an amazing effect. It makes everything just sort of sit up to me. It just sort of, you know, all of that, the very, very top end, it just sort of really sets it there, like when you turn it on and off. And it's very subtle, but it's definitely doing something. So yeah, so basically that's all the music. And so I can compress that, you know, hard and stuff if I want to. And then this is my vocal sub here. Let's take that off. And so on here, again, I tend to sort of tweak these. So this is Brainworks Dynamic EQ. It's basically like a tunable de-esser. And so once we get into it, you'll hear sort of what I'm using that to do, just sort of tame any harshness in the vocal. But obviously this is everything, you know, all of the vocals, backing vocals, whatever we've got going on. And then again, an EQ, which, I mean, that's at 1.5. I tend to start the mix with these off, to be honest. Then, so both these two channels then go through to my master, which has got this, which has been on here just for yonks, and I use it just for the stereo expander. It's just really nice, gives a little bit of extra width to the mix. And then Stephen Slate, absolutely caning that. Occasionally you see the red light come on. And then again, that's just a bit of saturation sort of thing where I auditioned it, liked it, was like, yeah, cool, and I'll sort of leave it on. And then me Pro FabFilter Pro L limiter. So I tend, I suppose, to do top-down mixing, as you would call it. At least I have the limiter on very, very early on, but that's just sort of how I've gotten used to working.
What is what's top-down mixing basically?
Essentially, it's having everything sort of limited, so you're hearing the you know, your sort of finished sound, but from the start, essentially.
Is it like mastering?
No, so it's still, I'm still gonna, in fact, I mean, when I would send a mix off to be mastered, I would turn off the limiter here. And that would be what I'd send them, or at least I'd send them maybe a listening version, say this is what the band have signed off, and then my unlimited mix. But no, so it's basically, I mean, everybody has a you know, a mastering chain, a stereo bus chain. So it just depends what your preferences are. And again, the only, like, it's not like I've done this forever. So in a way, it's, I mean, it is what people call top-down mixing, but in the way, like, especially with music that I've recorded, you know, I know all of my levels are how I like them, so it's like, why not mix it, you know, with all of this stuff on, because essentially I know it's doing something positive. So for me, it just really works. It gives you an idea of
what the final product is going to be like
yeah.
after it's mastered.
I mean, I want to hear how my drums are hitting the limiter, what that's going to do to the mix. Yeah, so I it's just something that I've got used to doing. Again, it sort of may not work for everybody, but
it's probably more important too, that because you don't go in and sit on your sessions when you get things mastered, do you?
No.
So it gives you a little bit more confidence that when you send it off somewhere, they're always going to limit it, aren't they?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, and the thing is, I think in these times, you're sort of, you know, you're mixing it to sound finished, whereas mastering used to be much more of a thing of, you know, getting all these tracks that could be wildly different or whatever and sitting them all together. And whereas now, just, I mean, the process is just the modern way. Mix engineers tend to mix stuff to sound how they want. So I want, you know, I don't want to send something off to mastering and not knowing how it's going to sound when it comes back, unless obviously if you're attending or whatever, that's good. But I want it to sound finished. I want it to sound like it's mastered when I send it to the band. In fact, that was another thing that I learned very early on, was like, don't leave anything up to the mastering. Make your song sound finished to you and to the band, you know. And obviously then, you know, hopefully any additional things is improvement, or, you know, the mastering engineer might not do anything, or, you know, not a lot. Yeah, so I think I'm perfectly happy with that way of mixing, and I think it can take time to get used to it. I think it's that idea of being able to look at a project or at levels and sort of going, okay, I can, you know, visually almost I can tell what's going on, and that's just something to do with experience, you know. But yeah, it's as well as a process of it just becoming quick, because ultimately I need to make money, so I can't spend weeks doing a single song, you know. There's a great article in Sound on Sound magazine a little while ago. I can't remember the guy's name. He's like a Nashville engineer, and he can apparently mix. He does like sort of mainly country, but he says he can mix songs in 45 minutes.
Wow.
And he just uses exactly the same samples and everything, and just, you know, bash. So it's, you know, at the end of the day, you are trying to make money. So we need this process to be quick. Yeah, there isn't the money like there was in the 70s, sloshing about. So yeah, essentially that is why I have this all sort of set up how it is, and sort of how I mix, or why I mix rather, as I do. Cool, so should we sort of start to dive in a bit? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start doing some stuff on the drums, I think. So I'm just going to set up a bit of a loop. So what I've actually got on here, I'm mixing in Pro Tools, and I have set up heat, which is basically a saturation, and it's, I think this came into Pro Tools 12 or 2019, whatever it is. But essentially, if you subscribe to it, you should get it. It's really good. It's just like pretty subtle, but it's, yeah, basically another thing that's emulating some kind of tape thing that's doing saturation. So I tend to have it on and tend to use it. It's pretty subtle. So it's basically just making it a little bit louder, essentially, but it's also just giving a little bit of saturation. I kind of like what it does, so I just leave it on. Okay, so So I'm just going to listen to a few things. So this would have been done in the studio. But it sounded quite good to me. Removing a little bit in the upper mids is just going to be taming some of the harshness. I can just show you. So it's just that real kind of nasty cymbaliness that is just sort of notching out. Actually, whilst we're here, if anybody doesn't know, Control and Shift on the Pro Tools EQ basically does that, soloing the band, which is super useful for sweeping.
Top tips there, guys.
Yeah.
Top tips.
Good old shortcut there. I'm going to try some saturation on here. So I'm a massive fan of the Decapitator. So you'll see a lot of what I'm doing whilst I'm doing this is, like I say, I'm game matching, level matching. So I want to know when I'm bypassing it that it's the same level, because then essentially what I'm doing is I know I'm hearing exactly what is the plugin is doing, or the effect, because it's so easy just to get into that thing of, oh, it's louder, it sounds better, I like it, it's more exciting with that on. And it may not actually be doing something that you want. So that's what you'll see me doing a lot of with these kind of things, is I'll be attenuating the output just to make sure that it's the same level on kind of both when it's bypassed and in. Generally with this, it's a really awesome plugin. I'm not endorsed by Soundtoys, but I use them all. They're incredible at saturation stuff. Again, I don't know what all these are. I believe the P is a Pultec emulation. But generally I will try them, go through them. But the awful lot, more times than not, the Pultec is what I'll use. So again, it's just sort of, it's nicely kind of fattening it up a little bit. And just sort of controlling, just sort of not quite as sort of harsh to me. But yeah, again, kind of subtle. What you'll see with what I'm doing is it's all very small layers of things that are going to build up, hopefully, to something that will sound sort of good at the end. So I've brought in, I do have like a kind of mix template that I use, and I've just brought in a few things just to sort of show you again what I generally do. So a lot of these things, they do change from mix to mix, but I do have sort of, I guess, presets, if you like. So here I've got a reverb. I'm a huge fan of Altaverb. It's expensive, but I just think they do one of the best impulse response reverbs, I think. It genuinely sounds like it's in a space, which I think is great. So anyway, like I've just trawled through the many studios and things that they have, and just found ones that I seem to particularly like the sound of, and then can sort of tweak them from there. Obviously sometimes it doesn't work, so then I will try something else. But this is an overhead reverb, so I'm just going to try it on the overheads. Again, I've just got a bit of EQ, so just taking out the lows and maybe a little bit of the sort of mid kind of general sound you get of the room sort of honkiness. Cool. So it's very subtle. Again, you'll sort of notice a lot of what I'm doing. They're not like massive changes. And obviously, like I said at the start, this has only got a mono overhead. So obviously, you're not going to get any width sort of or the stereo sense of the drums in there, which you would if you had obviously had two. But it's just giving it a bit of depth, a bit more space. I think it sounds really good on the overheads because you've already got that little bit of space between, obviously, the kit. So it's just sort of exaggerating that ever so slightly. So I think, yeah, just taking that in and out, it's just starting to make it sound like it's a bit more in a room, which is kind of cool. So now let's just going to have a look at some of the rooms, or the rooms, rather. So I'm just using a little bit of the 1176 revision A, which tends to be quite, it's like what they call the blue stripe. It tends to be quite hard, like a bit more aggressive sounding. It's a bit more, has a bit more sort of distorted sound to it than the LN one, which is the sort of black, the sort of most common one, I suppose. But I'm only compressing it a tiny little bit. You'll see it's just like literally a couple of dB. And the main reason for this is I really like sort of natural drum sounds. I don't tend to go for super compressed kind of sound myself. And because I don't have the overheads, like sometimes I might just leave the overheads completely, natural, just because that gives you the dynamics of the actual drums. So yeah, I don't want to kind of ruin or take away any of that by compressing it loads, because that is basically when I mute that, you can hear that it's the main bulk of my drum sound. But yeah, sounding pretty nice, just with a little touch of control. So now I'm just going to bring in these. So again, just sort of stuff that I tend to use fairly often. Again, sort of more altoverb. Drums are essentially where you're going to be doing your most processing. And yeah, I tend to do a lot of things like parallel compression and that sort of thing. Is sort of the way that I end up mixing. So let's see if we can exaggerate the room sound by adding a little bit of some of this reverb. Cool. So these are, I can show you what they are. Again, it's fairly something that I have used so much. I love this Chapel Studios. The response, the IR on here is amazing. It just sounds great to me, this room. And then, so that's my larger drum room, and then this one is just a tiny, so it's 1.6 seconds. And my idea behind this is that I want one of them to emulate the early reflections of the kit, and the other one to be obviously the larger sort of room. And this mainly stems from recording in, so our studio is Half Ton. It's basically had a very sort of kind of dry, natural sounding room. It wasn't particularly big, but you sort of, it didn't have a sound kind of thing. So this is, I'm just basically trying to give it a sound, basically, that's a bit bigger than it actually is. Something I definitely think with my style as well is I favour kind of bigger drum sounds over tight. I just think that's naturally seems to be the direction that I lean in. So yeah, again, it's just I'll just sort of mute it, but it's just subtly adding space to what we've got going on. you can mainly hear it on the kick drum. A little bit, mainly hear it on the snare drum and a little bit on the kick drum. It's just giving the snare like length and width. So again, it's just starting to, ever so slowly, we're sort of creeping our way to having a drum mix. Okay, so let's get a little bit more into some of the other stuff, the close mics. So I'm just going to create an aux that I can send both my kicks to. So what we're going to look at first is we're going to have a little look at the phase relationship between our kicks and the rest of the kit. This thing's great for checking phase. Basically, it's a continuous phase sweep plugin. They make a hardware version as well, which is very useful. So this is the sort of thing that I would do a lot of, especially on drums. Essentially, I'm just trying to figure out if anything's going to sound slightly better, fuller, whatever, with the phase slightly
Have you
shifted.
used the hardware?
Yeah, we've actually got one at half ton.
Do you see any difference between the software and hardware version?
The software one has the delay, so you can do up to, I think it's 4 millisecond delay, whereas the hardware is just the phase. But essentially, other than that, it's the same. So generally, I'll try sort of both. Sometimes this can be, it can do loads. Other times it doesn't do anything, or not a lot. So it could just be one of those things. It's just worth trying. Yeah, just seeing like what it does. Okay, so it's not really doing a lot for me there. I think it sounds pretty good as they are. Maybe it's the sort of thing that we can tailor, we can tailor how much low end or how much click we're getting a little bit by using the delay adjust there. So I'm just going to sort of, I might just leave it on, but we'll bypass it for the minute and maybe bring it into play in a short while. But yeah, the two kicks seem to be playing nicely together. That's all I've done on here. Again, this would have been during the session. So just getting rid of some of the low mids. It's all fairly, standard kind of things. So yeah, let's just see what that's doing. Okay, so I just adjusted that ever so slightly so it was a little bit higher in the high mids region and just wasn't rolled off quite as far. So just give it a little bit more sub, but it's sounding pretty cool on its own, I think. So let's.
What did you mic up bass drum with?
This would have been the kick in would have been our Audio Technica 8025. It's like an old. I think they remake them, but it's an old like 80s. No, Audio Technica. Sorry. It's just it's one of those mics. Kick drums. I think it took me ages to find something I really liked, and it's maybe not the most popular choice, I suppose, but it sounds like a kick drum. You know, using like a D12, you'd always end up kind of doing more than I felt I should.
Yeah.
And then the outer one will be my Flea Superfet 47, which is a U47 clone. So again, you just get that real nice proximity effect, and that probably is quite just raw, probably no EQ on that. So for the minute, I'm just going to leave them ungated, and we'll just sort of do a bit of processing, and then we'll see kind of what happens as we get further down the line as to what it needs. So what I'll do, I'm just going to do some stuff, and then I'll sort of talk you through my decisions. Great. So, I do totally understand that watching someone mix is quite boring. So yeah, I think another thing it's worth saying is like this whole process is like, it's not like I'm doing it the only way that's possible, or although I said like I mix quickly and I do, I can make decisions quickly now and normally end up sort of getting to the finished article fairly quickly. A lot of this stuff is totally changeable. I could get way down the line and then go, oh no, I don't like the way that kick sounds anymore. I'm going to go back and change it. There's a lot of this that's subjective. Probably depends what I had for lunch. So yeah, you've got to take all of this stuff with. It's just what we're doing right now. So if we were to do this again tomorrow, I might do something completely different, or so yeah, just do your own thing. Basically, so just having a listen, just fairly simple stuff. A lot of control. Essentially, what you'll see I'm doing is a lot of control. Again, saturation or limiting. It's just all about making the music fit in a tiny box, which is essentially what we're doing these days. Is you're making it sound good on a mobile phone.
Sadly.
Yeah. So it's a lot of it is the way that you do that is by subtly compressing and limiting to the point where it's controlled enough that it's not going to flap or make the bass fart on a sort of smaller system. But all I've done, so a little bit of compression. So you kind of saw me flick these on and off, so hopefully if you're sort of checking it out as I'm doing it, you're kind of hearing the sort of effect. The compression, so to me, it just sort of sat it back there, so without it you can hear it, the dynamics a bit more, it's sort of poking out, and it just sort of sits it, makes it a bit more sort of solid. It's only really doing a few dB, just over 2:1 ratio, so it's hardly smashing it. And then I really love this clip. It's made by a company called Kazrog. This is a great clip limiter. I think there's quite a few clip limiters that you can get. I really like this one. It's got loads of stuff you can do with it. So you can kind of choose all of the different clip types. So I've got it on this sort of smooth, which is the softest, but you can have sort of tube and tape and various other sort of more aggressive things. And again, you'll see I'm just doing a couple of dB, so it's literally just slicing off the top of the transient. And again, I'm sort of cutting it in and out, making sure that it's not sort of doing, making it sort of get lots louder, and it's not doing anything that sounds sort of too weird or distorting, basically. But yeah, that's all just part of this idea that we're sort of adding layers of control, basically. I mean, it sounds pretty good. You'll see I'm not sort of massively EQing it at the moment. It just sort of doesn't feel like it needs to be. So we'll sort of see how we get on as we get further down. Another thing that I rate is this Waves R bass. So again, this is like a harmonic kind of harmonic bass enhancer, I suppose. And it's just really good for things like bass guitar, kick drums. So it's you saw me play around with it. I've basically got it on 51 hertz. So I think that's the center frequency, and you can, so I'm tuning it to the kick drum, and then choosing how much you want it to enhance. But it's a really great way of adding sort of what I'd call like bloom to the sound. So yeah, as we get more into the bass guitar and stuff, we'll see how that's sort of reacting together. Cool. So now I'm going to do a similar thing to the top snare. it's starting to kind of do something for me. So again, very similar, just a little bit of compression and limiting, just to sort of sit it in there, and just starting to kind of get it sounding a bit more solid. The snare kind of just sitting there a little bit more solid. I'm now getting a bit bored of drums, so I'm going to move on to something else. So you'll see this is where I start flitting about. I want to really start to hear the song after just doing the kick and snare. What I will do before we move on though is we're just going to get some of the bass stuff going, because that's always fun. So yeah, on my drum bus I've got various things. Again, they sort of change from time to time, and there's no sort of crazy things, just the usual suspects. So again, just a VCA compressor, nice and quick. So let's just sort of get this stuff in, and I'll just try fiddling about, and then we can sort of see what I've done. Okay, starting to sound pretty cool to me. So basically all I've got going on there is, like I showed you, tried a little bit of compression just on the whole of the drum mix. EQ wise, I don't think that was actually doing anything in the end. Oh no, 0.32 at 12k. Sure, that's making it sound much better. And then a little bit of clipping again. You'll see I'm a huge fan of this, like clipping malarkey. It's basically what all the cool kids do. So again, that's 0.8. Again, you know, subtle little things. All these things will change. The thing I can't get across to you enough is that it's not like a one thing fixes all. And it's that idea that all of this stuff is so changeable. Like, I'm just sort of showing you some things that you can kind of try out, but I have no doubt that you would want things to sound incredibly different. So anyway, let's start to look at some of the other bits. So right at the start, the first thing I said was that I thought the bass guitar was sort of one of the main focuses of the song. So let's sort of get a few bits going, and we'll try doing some work on the bass. So, did quite a bit there. You can see me sort of flitting about. This is, yeah, just sort of basically mixing. Just whatever, you know, as you're doing one thing, something else changes or you hear something else. To me in here, that's sounding pretty rad. It's starting to sound like a record. So, let me just show you what I did. First thing I did, so this is the Sounds amp in Pro Tools. It's just a really great emulation of the Model 1, the PSA 1, which is quite hard to get hold of these days, but if you can get it in hardware form, I would totally recommend it. And this pretty, you know, it's one of those things, if you look on the internet, I think there's probably more people than not that use Pro Tools that will put a Sounds amp on the bass DI. It's just amazing what it does. It's, you know, it just makes it more upfront, a bit more aggressive. So I just sort of play that and let you hear just what that's doing. So it's actually changing the distortion sound quite radically, actually. But I mean, I like it. It's just good. And then so that was it. And so I mean, all of this, you could sort of hear that all of this was kind of happening whilst I was listening to, you know, everything kind of without the vocals. But yeah, I was just doing it all, you know, just kind of like I was saying about the idea of mixing whilst without soloing very much, and just whilst you're getting a sense of the song, because every element of the song depends on everything else. You know, you can't, it'd be pointless soloing the guitars and mixing them for 20 minutes and then expect it to work with the whole song, you know. You might find that sometimes you end up doing stuff that, you know, your brain is going, this, you know, I shouldn't be high passing this that much. That sounds crazy. But the speakers, you know, what you're listening to is the thing that matters the most. So, you know, is it giving you what you expect or what you want, is essentially what I'm doing.
Can I throw a comment at you, Matty?
Yeah.
So just because while you're working on bass, that's the comments about drum, but just now. So somebody's asked, I'm curious about 2 to 3 channels for the bass, separating the distortion and the pure sub. As well, love the tools he's using. For example, the Renaissance bass plugin is a really good plugin. Mm. I thought it was a question, but it's just a comment. But I thought I'd just throw that out.
I love anything that has hardly any controls on it, because I'm lazy. No. I just, you know, once you know how to, you know, I know how to use a compressor. I know how to set attack and release times. I really love the sound of the Renaissance axe. I think it's it has like a limiting thing going on in it as well. All you've got is the attack. You know, it's like I know how to use a compressor and a limiter. I could do that, but this thing sounds amazing. Yeah, so you just sort of, I get tools that I like, and you know, yeah, the less buttons and things on it, the better, if it sounds good. So yeah, again, the harmonic enhancer is a great tool. You have to be really careful because you can totally overblow stuff, and it, you know, so it can take some getting used to, and especially getting used to. One of the things for me that was one of the I think the hardest thing is getting used to what stuff should sound like in a studio on studio monitors, because we never listen to stuff, you know. If I you know, grew up always having like a hi-fi, and I've still got like my old Mission 732 speakers and a NAD amp, you know, it's like proper like 90s equipment. And I love the sound of it, and I've listened to so much music on that I religiously will check my mixes on it, because I instantly know, you know. Whereas listening, you know, to a set of monitors I don't know in a studio I don't know is kind of daunting, because, you know, it's something new. So I think that's important, is sort of getting to know your environment and being able to trust it, you know, to trust what you're actually hearing coming back is like a massive thing.
So while you're on that point, just earlier you mentioned about how very bassy sounding music. I don't know, I suppose it wouldn't be that way, but do you think that people can be surprised, because a lot of people are producing at home and they're not necessarily in treated rooms? So what would you say is the difference between, obviously, a non-treated room is just going to sound like there's loads of bass when there isn't, obviously, but things like that. But what kind of tips would you give to getting used to studio monitors in a treated room? That's more of a neutral sound, because it's different, isn't it, to what you hear at home?
I'd say just a big thing is listening to music, like to music you like. So, something you know, like the back of your hand, that you listen to in your car or on your favourite headphones or at home, whatever you sort of choose to consume music on. So you know that song really well. Listen to that on studio monitors and get used to how it sounds on studio monitors, because you will, it will surprise you that how different things sound, or how how bright some mixes are, and just I think that's really important, because it's that idea. Like I've learned, for me, my audio memory is shit. I literally, I'm not one of those people that can. I know what mics I like, and I know, after years of using them, like kind of how they sound, but I wouldn't be able to sort of tell you. I don't have that kind of audio memory where I can be like, yes, this sounds like this, or, so I for me, it is just constantly listening and refreshing my ears, and sort of, when I first started to do this, I loved the idea of traveling around. I was like, yeah, I want to travel around the country, like mixing in all these different studios and whatever, just going wherever the work takes me. And pretty quickly I realised that no, I actually don't want to do that. What I want to do is mix in one space that I know like the back of my hand, so I can, like I said, I can bash out the mixes, feel really confident that when it sounds good, it sounds good. Because that's if you can't trust what you're hearing, that's a massive thing, I think. And that's where you go around in circles. That whole thing of you mix for hours in a studio and then put it in your car and you're like, oh, and then you have to go back in and tweak it. So it's just getting comfortable with where you are and learning the space, I think, is important.
Cool. And then once you get a space that you're confident in, then you find that your mixes transfer elsewhere as well.
Yeah, totally. And it's that thing of like, don't worry about mixing on weird setups. Like, like we've, at the studio, we've got obviously studio monitors, but then we've got a little Panasonic, like ghetto blaster type thing, just this sort of 90s, tiny little tape recorder thing. I also use a Roberts radio. It's mono, one speaker. I normally have it in my kitchen, and I can like Bluetooth to it. So yeah, anything. The thing is, it's that thing of being used to the things that you're listening to on. It's why a lot of people say about listening to mixes in your car, and why it can be so heartbreaking, is because you probably spend a lot of time listening to music in your car, and it's quite an unforgiving environment, So that yes, if you've got an old car, it's even worse. Yeah, mine's brutal. It took me years to be happy with listening to mixes in my car. So it's just like about finding consistencies and just going at it until it sort of slowly starts to fall into place. But yeah, essentially is getting comfortable, basically, is that thing. And studio monitors can be pretty stark and sort of, a bit weird sounding if you're not used to music on them. All right, so back to the bass. So again, you'll see I'm not doing masses, So this was all done during the tracking session. I've added the Sans amp, but tiny bit of EQ. You always get a sort of honky bass region between 100 and 200 normally. So that's first thing I'll check out normally in the session, and you can see I've kind of brightened it a touch. Again, I'm liking how it sounds. A lot of times if I get sent something to mix that's been tracked by someone else, I tend to leave a lot of plugins on. I'll sort of click them in and out, but I've done this in the studio. Sounds pretty good, so I'm not going to sort of go fiddling with it. Very subtle, rolled off 6 dB per octave, 64 hertz, and then a tiny little notch where it's still just bothering me somewhat. -2, 139. And then as I've already said, this is one of my favourites. So this is just doing some limiting. It's can be quite aggressive, but it just I like the way it sounds, and I like the way the auto release works. It's sort of pleasing to me. Cool, yeah. So EQ. This is where I think it can be really good for bass is I've EQ'd it, but you'll see I've got the divide by 3 in, so that is 9. What's that? No, it's 300. It's going to be 300 hertz, just under two something. Anyway, maths. I'm a musician. I'm not. Anyway, it's going to be above the kick is my main point here. So I'm boosting 1.4 dB. So again, very subtle, but this EQ it seems to it seems to do a lot more than sort of you think by the numbers, in terms of you just listening to it sort of thing. So yeah, so this is above the kick. So this is going to be in the low mids. It's going to be the sort of region where on small speakers and phones, etc., it's going to make the bass kind of pop out. But also with this song, because we were saying at the start that I think the bass is really important, so I want it to be quite big. So as well as the sub, we're just sort of pushing it in those regions. So it's either side of the kick drum. And then just a bit of brightness, like you saw me fiddle about with this. It's on the widest bandwidth setting, and 2.3 kilohertz and 3.3 dB. So that again, that's just bringing out the brightness, the bit more of the string sound and the sort of gnarly distortion. So I'll play it and I'll just put that in and out, and then I'll put in the R bass in and out. So again, just before I do, so this one I've sort of tailored the EQ, tuned it to the bass where it's sort of resonating nicely, but again it's above the kick, so the kick was somewhere in the 50 region, 50 hertz. This one's at 74, and again it's not, it's minus 15, so it's not doing masses, but it to me it was sort of just filling it out and starting to give it some width. So I'll do this, and then we'll talk about the reverb and stuff I've got going on. So all pretty subtle stuff. It's just, dB or 2 movements. Just slowly starting to bring it into control. Okay, let's talk about bass reverb. I pretty much always have reverb on bass. It's could really help just get something to sit and sort of, give it a bit of space around it, fill in a bit more space, kind of get it to gel slightly with the guitars and stuff. So here, again, these are sort of presets that I've just used, again, to that same Chapel Studio room.
That's really quite interesting, Matty, because all the books say don't ever put reverb on bass.
Almost everybody mixes reverb on bass.
Yeah, it sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, but you always see in the forums, it's where it happens, forums are full of arse, people that are not very nice anyway. But it's just like, check your manuals, don't reverb the bass, never reverb the kick. Right? Which is, I can understand why people say that. You listen to a lot of 80s indie music, like the Smiths and things like that. Sometimes there is a bit of reverb on the
I also use like widening, like kind of chorus and that kind of thing. I think quite often sit nicely.
Yeah, well, most of my basses are synth basses, and they're all
they're all going to have like modulation and stuff. I think
the rule is that if it sounds good, it is good.
Yeah, don't second guess yourself. See, but this is what we've got going on. So, although I've got reverb on it, I've taken off everything, below 230 hertz and 3K, above 3K. So it's literally just the mids. So again, you don't, if you had it full bandwidth, it would be all flappy and boomy. But I guess if you think about what you're actually doing, especially when you're learning, it's the idea of putting everything in a space. When you go to a gig, the space is going to be adding some kind of ambience to the bass, isn't it? So it's fairly natural for us to hear at least some sort of reverb on bass when you hear a band play live. So yeah, I'll play this and I'll just give you a sense of what that is doing. The mouse has stopped.
Yeah, someone commented on your voice actually.
It's because I've got a couple of inches to play.
Yeah, they're not big enough, those areas for most people, are they?
It's not because I'm yeah. Okay, so you can see that, I mean, that, you know, sounds quite loud when you unmute it there. But again, this is something else that's actually quite strange about doing this today, is because I don't normally do something and then analyse it, you know. Yeah. So like it, yeah. Sometimes you can be shocked, you know, if you do analyse something. Like if you go back to a mix and you'll be like, oh, wow, that sounds great. But you look at what you did and you're like, really? Like I EQ'd that much, or, you know, compressed that much. So yeah, so often this analysing stuff isn't the best. Anyway, that's the reverb. So then, yeah, I've got distortion. So just this, it's a Avid emulation of the Rat pedal, which is absolutely amazing on bass. And yeah, sort of thing that I've used on records for ages, and I just really like it as an extra little thing here. It's probably pretty subtle, but let's check it out. So yeah, it's pretty subtle, but it's mono, so it's going to be, you know, filling out the mono channel. Something that you may not have seen me do, but right at the start when we were doing the quick listen through, I was turning it into mono and back out just to check that it was, the mix was, you know, before we even started, was sort of sounding all right then. I also did it when we were working on the drums. There's the center, because the overhead's a mono here. Again, I was just checking with that, what kind of difference is that mic making when I'm cutting it in the mono channel. So yeah, to me, mono is still relevant. I think it's still something that's worth checking, even though, I mean, most phones these days can do stereo.
I think it's more relevant than ever, to be honest, because like DAB isn't stereo.
Well,
is
yeah,
it?
my Roberts.
Can't see you, Bill.
Me Roberts radio
Hey,
in the
Forrest,
kitchen.
there
That's
you go.
mono.
Getting old, that hurts my back over there, man.
Interesting thing here, right? So for somebody who might watch this back later, there might be some. Again, I'm taking the layman's head here, right? Bass player wants to put a bit of distortion on his bass, but it thins it out. What's going on there? And what like mostly when it's especially when it's live, you know, it's like and you put your bass, your distortion pedal on, and it's like it sounds fat, but it's not as fat as it was.
Essentially, you can't, distorting low frequencies is horrible. So the Rat pedal, I think it's like 100 and maybe 150, 180 hertz that it rolls off before it distorts. So that's all clean. So yeah, essentially distorting low end just doesn't work. But I think that's why this pedal is really good, because the cut is basically like a high cut, so you can tailor it, and because it does roll off the low end before it puts it through the distortion, it means that it retains it. So that pedal seems to be a lot better at retaining low end. I think the Electro-Harmonix Big Muff, that's another good one. Just seems to, whatever the circuit's doing in it, it just seems to like low end. I think it is something that's really important, and in the studio, like obviously not on this one, you can see he was obviously using his distortion, But it's totally something that I will check, and if it is a problem, I will take 2 DIs. So I'll have a clean DI, which I can just have in all the time, and then I'll have a distortion one, so I can, you know, tailor that if it just comes in just when the distortion bits come in. But it means that you've got your clean DI, which is always going to be full fat, as it were, low end. So yeah, that's definitely important.
Cool.
I think it's something that, again, that early on made the mistake of not doing that, and you sort of come to mix, and yeah, like they, you know, bassist kicks on distortion, all the low end goes, and you're like, oh, how do I get that back? Which is very difficult.
Have you split your channels as well? Have you split into 2 bass channels?
No, so this is, sorry, I didn't explain that, did I? Yeah, so I've got a DI and an amp. The amp would have been my Ampeg SVT Classic. So yeah.
Real or emulated?
This is real,
Okay.
real deal.
Okay.
One of the best things I ever bought, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, total fan. It's like instant bass sound. So yeah, so very simple kind of setup. I think he did have quite a few things going on his pedal board. Obviously, you can hear modulation and things at various points. And that was all him rather than, you know, me. But yeah, it's essentially just the DI and a bass amp. Cool. Should we do some guitars?
Yeah, we've got. So we want to leave some time for Q&A. So
What time is it?
it's 4 minutes to 4. So we could do some guitars.
Or we could do some vocals. What's more?
Hey, in the
We do
chat,
vocals.
tell me what's more interesting, guitars or vocals? Oh, in fact, I was right. Why don't you do a bit of
Should we do
rush
a bit
guitars?
of both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do some guitars out on the board. Okay.
Yeah, because we do have it.
Cool. So I think let's stick with this chorus bit. So I'm just going to create a bus. So we've kind of gathered that the song is very led by the bass. So you know the guitars are, especially in this section, they're kind of pretty light, doing more of a kind of lead thing. So let's sort of see if we can enhance that a bit. So all I've done so far is I have. Sorry, I can't do 2 things at once. Like talk and something else. All I've done is, excuse me, I've added a little bit of low end at about 150 or something, 175. Very thin bandwidth. And then I've brightened it, so maybe a couple of dB, again at 3, maybe 4K, the fullest bandwidth, so that, that's going to be nicely sort of giving it a big old boost across the whole of the top end there. Okay, so let's just delve in a little bit deeper. So I'm just going to solo these. And now, basically, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to look for a kind of area of harshness. Electric guitars, especially distorted electric guitars, tend to have something around 3 to 4K. But yeah, let's just have a little sweep around. We'll see kind of what's going on. Cool. So, yeah, 3.10, so 3,100 kilohertz. That sort of sounded the harshest to me, so I've just brought that out. 2.5 hertz, 2.5 dB, and it's pretty thin bandwidth. So just tiny little bit of control, and then with this, the guitars is pretty light. It's quite far up the neck, so I've just rolled off the low end that it doesn't need. You're getting rid of a lot of that sort of cabinet sort of rumble and sort of string sort of noise, or sort of pick blah, 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 that you don't, it's not really doing anything to add to the sound. So now I'm just going to try a little bit of compression. I'm going to go back to the old favourite. This will have been, I obviously recorded it, so I know this will have been compressed on the way in, 1176 LN, 4:1 ratio, like the attack, maybe around the middle somewhere, and quite a fast release. Only doing a couple of dB just to sort of control it. So it's already had a bit of processing done to it, so I'm not going to do anything too crazy. Cool. So just very, very subtle, because it's got a bit of sort of lead. It's not sort of chords. It's just giving it a tiny little bit of control, and we'll listen to this in the mix, and obviously kind of can more finely adjust. Okay, so before we do that though, let's just try. So I'm just going to start to add a little bit of reverb. So what I've got, if I scroll up here, okay, so basically I've just got several reverbs. Again, when you're starting out, it is really good to just have like a reverb and use it. But as you sort of develop your technique and whatever, you get more confidence, then, rules are made to be broken and stuff. It doesn't matter really how many reverbs you use, as long as your computer can take it. And I just like to use various things, and I have all this stuff generally in like a mix template, so I can just be like, right, I want this sort of sound, cool, it's there. I don't have to sort of trawl through loads of plugins trying to find something. I just, when I find something and I like what it does, I either make my own preset or I just have it in my mix sort of template. So what I'm going to use first of all is a short room. I think this is the same one I've got on the drum overheads. So again, it's just early reflection kind of thing. It's just kind of add excitement basically to the sound. So let's check it out. Cool. So that's pretty subtle, just adding a tiny little bit of kind of space.
I've seen other engineers use multiple layers of reverb. So they would use like a short reverb, a long reverb, and maybe an even longer reverb on, and sometimes on the same instruments.
Yeah.
Do you ever do that?
I do. That's exactly what I was about to say. So I've basically got, so I've got the short reverb, then I've got this like a large room, which is best. So essentially, it's just a bigger sort of a room emulation, and then I have a long plate. This is one of my favourites, and on guitars actually. It's really long, and it can get kind of like ringy, but it's one of those things where in a mix, as long as you have to obviously cut it if there's a gap, because it will just sort of ring over. But it's one of those things where you sort of can't hear it, but then you mute it. It's like, whoa, yeah, that's really.
Yeah.
It just sort of puts this sort of sheen around everything. So in fact, let's try that. We'll get the whole mix going, and I'll sort of see, putting in these different reverbs, see what it does. So you can kind of really hear that. Again, like when I was auditioning it didn't really, it wasn't massive.
Yeah.
It's all sort of very subtle. But then at the end, like, so for me, going through them, I really liked the large room sound, because it sort of gave a bit more low end to the guitars, but, they're quite sort of, airy, sort of, they're haven't got a lot of fatness.
Yeah.
So it really sort of added this sort of weight to me, and then I preferred that to the short room, and then again putting in the long plate, and it was sort of like, but when you mute it, it suddenly you sort of noticed it,
Yeah.
It sort of definitely adds this nice kind of space to it, and I think with this sort of thing it particularly works really well. Okay, so I think let's do a little bit on some vocals, yeah? For a few minutes.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so again, this would have been slightly processed on the way in. A very similar thing, so I would have used, it most probably would have been a Neve 1073 into 1176 LN set, in fact, pretty much like that. So medium attack, super fast release, but not really doing very much, just a few dB, just sort of starting to tame the dynamics. What else? I've just got, so here, just got a little bit of EQ. So most singers, most vocalists, they will have a sort of, it's almost like a sort of whistle somewhere up in the upper mids, sort of 2K region, normally 2 to 3K. And so yeah, it's just a thing of if you sort of notch it out a bit, it can just instantly sit in the mix a lot better than trying sort of other things. So that's obviously, you know, what I've done at the time during the session, so we can kind of check that out. What I'm going to do for the minute is I would just cut the rest. So we're just listening to, sorry, just this one. So literally just our sort of lead. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of play around with a few bits, and then, yeah, well, I'll come back and explain what I've been doing. Might be bedtime. Sorry, James. Cool. So, just very much going on my gut here. I use a lot of multiband compression on vocals. The Fab filter is really good. Obviously, there's loads of different ones. But again, this is just something I have very quick just to set up. Yeah, that I've obviously saved as a preset. The thing you'll notice is I have the range set to its like most zoomed in, so you know it's showing me a maximum of 3 dB plus and minus, which isn't really anything, you know. So you will have noticed when I was using it, I was sort of trying to get it so it was just sorry, just compressing on the sort of louder sections. Again, it's just all about that subtle control. The human voice is incredibly dynamic, so it's normally where you're going to have an awful lot of compression kind of going on. And if you listen to particularly chart tracks, you know, you can really hear that the vocals have been hard limited and compressed.
And you get side frequency
distortion, which doesn't
Yeah,
sound nice.
yeah, sure. I mean, there's loads of different techniques that you can just slam it through an 1176. I kind of favour the more subtle. I like kind of layers of, I suppose, serial compression rather than just sort of hitting something really hard. I just sort of want it to sound more sort of natural. But yeah, it's starting to kind of sit in there. Let's add a little bit of space. So again, here's sort of some fairly common things that I have going on. Cool. So, I'm going to start off with what's called me Vox Slap. So this is basically like the Sun Studios Elvis type deal. Really quick, 166 milliseconds on one side, 180 milliseconds on the other. This is one of the things that I have, on every single mix to some extent. It's just always there. Then I have some various other things. So I've got an aural exciter. This thing is really good, the Aphex. Again, a really, it's been done since the dawn of time. Then a mic shift, I really love this. It's literally going to give you some sort of modulation width type thing. Have it set really, really low, so it's only really doing the sort of low end. Otherwise, you're not going to sort of notice it too much. Otherwise, particularly on headphones, it's the sort of thing you'll hear like to the sides, and it can sound a bit unnatural. But I find with this setting, for me, it just adds width rather than sort of a natural effect. And then I've just got a master bus that all of these things are going through, which is this one here. And then I've got a reverb. So this is one that's fairly common for me, the vintage verb. It's just, you can have it really loud and it just doesn't seem to get in the way, which is amazing. So again, I just sort of fiddle about with this normally, try different presets and then tweak. Cool, so what I'll do is I'll play it and I'll get some of this stuff going on, and then we'll sort of go through and sort of check out what it's actually doing.
Now it's 3, there'll be 5, there'll be half 5, there'll be time. Now it's 3, there'll be 5, there'll be half 5. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. There'll be 5. There'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime.
What time is it? Cool. So I'm not sure that for some reason it's not. There's something to do with quite a bit of routing going on here. Not quite getting the same effect that I think I should be. But anyway, so you can kind of hear it's all giving subtle. I like subtle space. I think is probably a good way of putting it. I like having an awful lot. I have an awful lot going on, so I always have a quarter note delay, the slap delay, and then the things like the microshift and the aural exciter. So they're all things that are putting the vocal in a space, but the idea is that it's a really short space, because it's it can sound very unnatural to have no processing on vocals. I think even if like this song is quite big, so we've obviously got the vocal rooms. The sort of it to me needs quite a sort of big sound. But yeah, whatever the song, you're always going to want some kind of ambience, I think.
Also helps it stand out, doesn't it? Without over pushing the volume on the
Totally,
vocals.
yeah. It's amazing how that sort of thing can just, it can obviously without it, you're not making it louder, but
Yeah.
the fact that you're adding space and things, it gives your brain, it's like something to separate it.
Yeah.
So it's definitely got some kind of psychological thing, I think, as well as sound. So yeah, let's just see if.
Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime.
Bedtime. So you can just see the slap. So it literally is, it's that Elvis rock and roll kind of thing. And it's just really good for just adding a little bit of movement and space. Let's show you what the aural exciter is doing. So I'll go between the aural exciter and the microshift.
Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. That'll be bedtime. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. Now it's 3. That'll be 5. That'll be half 5. Then it'll be bedtime.
Cool, I've got some kind of weird latency happening on some of my things there, so I'm sorry about that. But you basically got the gist of what is going on. So I soloed the microshift and the aural exciter just on their own, so you can hear that the microshift is doing a vastly stereo kind of modulated sound, and the aural exciter is basically just a really sort of bright, kind of distorted version. And yeah, all in together, it kind of just adds to the aural exciter is really good for just getting a bit more top end in there. Yeah, and then the quarter note delay, again, just adding a bit of movement, really. Cool.
It's amazing how those subtleties actually build up the vocals, and you don't even notice them, you know, and unless you really are listening for it, you don't notice them. But when they're not there,
Yeah.
you miss them. You know,
Totally. Like, yeah, you know, don't be afraid of adding stuff. You know, it's the best thing about working on art is that there's no rules. You know, no one's going to die. There's no sort of doesn't matter if you don't like it. You can just change it.
Yeah.
Not my job. Videos. Everyone hates them. and people die.
people dying all over the shop. It's falling down.
It's a good time to start throwing some questions at you.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, while we're on vocals, I've got a vocal question. What's a good place to start, Matty, when you're trying to set up the vocal chain, you're trying to get your sort of reverbs right, maybe delays. Where's a good place a good starting point? Just a bit of EQ and reverb, or just go for it? I mean, I sort of last here. Sorry, I've lost it now. Yeah, setup of delay plus reverb. What's a good kind of starting point?
So I normally start, my thing is I will get, so obviously, you know, I'm doing stuff sort of very quick here, but normally I will just have the dry vocals, so I won't have any ambience going on for, you know, a good chunk of the start of my mixing, and the reason is I want, I think something that I definitely fell into when I was sort of still sort of learning lots about all this stuff was that you would end up your delay and your effects and all that kind of stuff that you might add might start to overtake your vocal sound, and then suddenly, you know, say I don't know, you'd be like, oh, the vocal needs to be a bit louder, and you sort of move your dry vocal up, that didn't make any difference, and then you sort of cut all your reverb. It's like, whoa, yeah, the lead, your dry raw vocal is quiet. So if you can get it to sit without any kind of effects or delay or reverb or anything, then I think that's a really good place to start, because then anything you add, you're augmenting it. It's not like I mean, obviously, yeah, the flip side can be if you want to create a sound, then obviously you need to use those things first. But 90% of the time, I am just getting it to sit right, experimenting with, say, distortion and things like that, seeing how that affects the sound, whether I like it. And it's only really after then that I will start. So generally, I mean, I haven't, you know, I've done this so quick. I haven't really done it in my usual thing. My usual vocal chain would be, I'd start off with a de-esser, and just listening to the vocal, and just, you know, if it is overly harsh or overly bright, just taming it. And these, you know, I'm talking about a couple of dB movements here. So then after that, normally the EQ, it's very similar to what I've done. So just maybe notching out somewhere in the upper mids and rolling off the low end that you don't need. So James in this band, again, he's singing a very high register, so there isn't a lot of low end. But if you've got someone that's you know, singing more low, then quite often you might need to notch out some of that. And then after that, for me, it's more about compression and saturation. So I might just have serial compressors, so 1176. The RVox is another good one. All just doing tiny little amounts, and then maybe a bit more EQ. Again, like saturation, and then I'll normally end with the de-esser again. So if any of the effects or whatever you've put on have sort of added extra harshness, you can kind of remove that. Also, I have used it before, but I'll just bring it up now. I did show this earlier, but I don't think I explained it. So this plugin, Soothe, is amazing. It's not very expensive, I don't think. And it's basically, it's like an active de-esser, I suppose. So it's you know, you can, again, it's one of those things you can go into, you can do an awful lot with it. I love just the fact that I put it on and then I just tweak a few things until I like it. But you know, you can move all of these parameters, so where it's de-essing from, so it goes down to 250 hertz up to 16K. And obviously you can see this is the sort of region, so it's going to be looking at about 4K to start attenuating. But it's one of those plugins that sort of, it's a bit like voodoo, it's magic. It just sounds really good at whatever it does. And yeah, so right now I don't know what it does, but it sounds great.
Not
so
like the drip plugin. Have you seen that bloody YouTube advert?
no,
Don't worry. If you haven't seen it,
I'll check it out after.
it's probably just aimed at rubbish people. It's really, there's so many adverts now, and it's for a different question, but I'll save that question.
Do you have one of those little boxes that you put a coin down and the hand comes out? Or you flip the button and it keeps doing that?
Another one for you. So that answers our sort of things there. So let's just move into a wider question. Literally, I always struggle getting super wide mixes and usually end up with a muffled sound. Are you doing much extreme panning, or is it mainly verbs, delays, creating the width?
No, so panning, let's have a look. I sort of didn't actually touch that, did I? So again, we've been working so quick. But yeah, I don't do things sort of hard. I think my guitars, my drum rooms, definitely delays and things, they tend to be more hard panned. Overheads, sometimes I bring them in if you want, if you need space between, if you've got like really big distorted guitars, stuff that's, has something in that sort of cymbal register, just to create a bit of space. But width is something that, it's one of those things that you'll go around the houses with. I certainly did. I struggled with exactly that same point. You sort of, you try to make these super wide mixes like stuff that you listen to, that you love, and then you end up sort of going too far and you end up with this weird phasey sort of center channel. The best advice I can give is just sort of time, but it's learning to have enough low end in the sides, basically. That's something that you just sort of have to train your ears to do. It's about being able to boost things. So like I boosted the bass above the kick, and the same with the guitars. Like obviously these aren't sort of rhythm guitars really, but I've boosted them in a similar way that I would probably do rhythm guitars. And it's that element of having the low mids that are sort of big enough on either side that help give that sense of width. You really have to be careful with widening stuff. I think it's really, it can make your mix just sound odd. So literally the only thing I've got on here at the minute which is doing any sort of widening is this, and it's it's at 4. I'll play it and I'll take it on and off, but it's probably not really that noticeable.
Now it's 3, there'll be 5, there'll be half 5, there'll be bedtime. Now it's 3.
Maybe a little bit. Where I do think you can go to town is on effects. So if you want to do any sort of crazy widening things, let's see, don't think I've got any on these. Oh no, there you go. Look, so I've not actually used it, but so this is like another thing I just have set up in the mix, generally just for guitars and things really. So if you want a bit of delay, yeah, let's quickly, where are we? So there you can kind of hear that it's you know, that's creating a delay sound that is super wide. And so yeah, with anything like that, modulation, anything that's not, you know, a main part of the mix or the song, I think you know, you can just go to town with. So on here, this is the Wave stereo imager, which I do use for any widening sort of effects. And generally I find between say 1.4 and 1.6, 1.7 on this scale here, the width sounds kind of cool without it being too sort of overly wide and phasey. But yeah, really, it is just unfortunately, it's just a case of you just got to keep at it. It's definitely something I've been through. Yeah, but don't. It's one of those things where don't like trying to make your mix wide is sort of the wrong way to go. Mm-hmm. You know, you'll notice once everything gets in the right places and sounds big and, you know, full, your mix will suddenly just sound like the ones that, you know, or more like the ones that you're referencing.
I kind of, when I was having a problem with that very thing when I first started mixing, but then I moved to mixing everything in mono first. And then panning, you know, is far close to the end of the process as I could. And that made a massive difference to my stereo sound being right.
Totally. And it is one, you know, it's one, I know I keep sort of saying this, but it is, I can't reiterate enough how much experience all of this stuff is about experience. I went through exactly the same thing of you know, kind of pulling my hair out, trying to mix, like, why doesn't it, it doesn't sound good in mono. So yeah, I'd mix in mono for ages. And now I've got to the point where, thankfully, I can check a mix on mono. And normally it will be just a, you know, 10 seconds, like at various points. Yep, that's fine. You know, whereas 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever, I was probably still at that stage where I'd put it into mono, I'd be like, oh, I've taken it out there because I don't like it. You know, whereas now it's just, yeah, that's fine. So it is just one of those things where you can't beat experience, basically. Yeah. There's nothing I can tell you that's like a you know.
And when you first started out, you used every plugin you could find, and now probably, like me, you know if you use a delay or a reverb or, you know, something like that, it's going to cause you delay issues, so you have to be careful with it.
And knowing like when not to touch stuff, that's also one of the hardest things is, you know, having elements that where you're just like, I want to put a compressor, or I must EQ it, surely, you know. So yeah, getting to the point where you're comfortable just being like, actually I like that and that's fine.
Yeah.
You know. But that's hard.
Cool, right. If I can steer the conversation slightly, is that all right?
Steer away.
Okay, so I'm looking at a kind of coming away from the macro into the mixing and all that. Let's look at wider discussions, right? Mm-hmm. So, based on some of the things you said, I wrote down a few points. Firstly, talking about monetizing our skills, right? So this is the one that people out there in student land. This is the one that they often ask us. They ask you, how do I make a living doing what you're doing? Right? No, seriously, I know it's a big one.
Yeah.
But like, let's say for example, lots of people are coming to me and saying, I contact studios, they're not interested. I try and get hold of people, they're not interested. I've got my own thoughts on this, but I'd be interested to see what you thought.
Yeah, it's really hard because you sort of the industry, like if you guys were watching or listening earlier, like we were talking about how the industry has changed and stuff, and it is just about kind of keeping up, you know, with the world and with technology. And I think you have to be realistic, you know, we have to be realistic that there's now computer programs that can make drums that sound, you know, very, very good and very sort of realistic, especially if you want to put the time into doing all the articulation stuff. And, you know, with everything else, you can emulate an awful lot of stuff. So the reality is that it's probably not going to radically, it's not like it's suddenly going to radically go back to the 70s and there's going to be tons of money and loads of studios and stuff. So it's about trying to work out how and where you fit in today's sort of industry. So I think, so yeah, actually, so for me and for my business partner at Half Ton Studios, we've been doing a lot of this thinking. And so we are currently extending our live room so we can do live videos, essentially. So, you know, like a live band playing live in a room. We obviously know that we can do the sound side really good. So, and we just want to have a big enough space to be able to do a really good sort of video thing.
I see.
Because we not wanting to step on your toes.
I'm joking.
But if you don't go to this man, then come to us. No,
it's a different thing.
no, yeah. So ours aren't music videos. It's literally a band playing live in a room. You know, kind of like a session.
Yeah.
But
And actually, today, instead of being here, I was supposed to be in a Snap Studios, is it, in London?
Okay.
Filming more Chiba, doing a live shoot there. But what's to stop me coming to you when you've got your studio set up? So that's increasing our network, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. And I think it's just, you know, that is, you have to think about what you can and can't do these days, you know. So for us at Half Ton, it was like, okay, what do we do a lot of? I record a lot of drums, you know. That's something that, you know, I'll go to another studio that's a big drum sound and I'll record drums for a band. Or in fact, Barney, that's on the chat recently, they came in, the Glitter Shop, and we tracked some drums, you know. So that's becoming like a common thing, is you sort of, it's those things that you can't do easily elsewhere. So if you're thinking of setting up a space or a studio, you know, maybe that's something to think of. How do you set it up so you can do something that you can't easily do at home on a laptop? So maybe having a space, and this is going to sound boring, but having a space that you can do, you know, it's really nicely dead, that you can do podcasts. A lot of money to be made out of podcasts. So yeah, or live.
It's about,
you know,
looking at all the different things that are forming what's happening in our wider industry, not just music industry. That's one thing, but podcasts, massive thing.
Yeah.
At the moment, especially after the lockdown, and that's set to continue.
Yeah.
And that content needs to be produced somewhere, you know. And you can learn to do that if you study here at Anglia Ruskin, by the way.
Totally, yeah.
But you said, okay, so let's say, now we're talking about working in smaller spaces, working at home. You mentioned the 70s, we mentioned money. Let's address the elephant in the room, right? So, do we need it? In this day and age, where are we going? A lot of people working in the box. You're working half in the box.
I mean, to be honest, yeah.
What are your thoughts on
our setup at Half Ton? We can, in a very similar way to this, slightly less obviously convoluted because I was sort of trying to show stuff, but we can just patch out to our outboard. So if you want to use a compressor, you can just hardwire the insert in. I can totally appreciate that not using a board, and I've done a few sessions without one. I find it really weird because I'm so used to just being able to quickly, you know, I know I've got so much experience. I know where things are, and it seems like extension of my arms. Whereas on the computer, you know, even though, you know, I am experienced, but I just find faffing around in software I don't enjoy. So trying to control a big live session, I couldn't imagine doing it in software. Yet, you know, if all you do is that's your only experience and you're a whiz, you know, setting up all these headphone mixes and stuff, then go for it, I think.
I think it says a lot about why you're so slim. Because you get some exercise.
You know, it's at least sort of 5 foot to the end there.
I would say that for tracking, I absolutely want one of these, you know. For mixing, I will mix in the box, but at the very end of the process, I want to sit here again, you know.
Like such someone mix out whether you're staying.
And use that, and using that in your final mix, that stuff there makes a massive difference, you know.
I also do think it is worth, you know, learning how to use a console is well worth it. And I think that's one of the flip sides of maybe the negative things of all this online stuff is that you get you're getting a lot of people who can make music and stuff, and it's fair enough, it's just the way technology's gone, but being able to go to a studio and do it is I think that is, if you want to be a professional, I think
It also makes a massive difference when you have a band playing together. To me, it makes a massive difference. That you get a vibe from in the track that you don't get when they're sitting there playing to a click track.
Yeah.
Also, that I don't know. The younger generation might call us boomers or something, but even though we're not. But it's like there's a bit of adventure in being in a band. And if you find a producer or an engineer that you like and go into the studio and it's working and it's just like nothing, it's like such an exciting, exhilarating experience.
For me, that is one of the biggest things that I want to achieve. It's like this session. It was nuts. Everything was really loud. It was crazy. It was everything's on the verge of feeding back, but the band had an awesome time. That's what I care about more than anything else, really, is that I want, because I think it helps the art,
Definitely.
I want people, and just like I did, like you're saying, like my studio experiences were amazing. And that's the idea of going to somewhere, we're going to the studio, we're going to do something.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It's exciting. One of mine wasn't, though.
Sure.
Dreadful. But anyway,
there's always a.
No, but it happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But when it works, it's just the most. It's a brilliant experience.
And I mean, for me, that's like obviously I've known you for a long time, and I know about your experience, and I would never treat anyone, like as in an engineer. I always want the band to enjoy themselves. Obviously, you can't help interband politics and stuff. Obviously, people fall out, but as my role in it, I want them to go away going, that was awesome. I had such a good time.
You don't want someone sitting there shitting themselves playing the guitar or something. Yeah, because that happens, and I think being sympathetic, which is something you mentioned in your interview earlier with Bill, is that kind of make people comfortable. If you have to dim the lighting and get some plants in and put down some rugs, man, do it. There's nothing worse than sitting there with like your four bandmates and two engineers staring at you going, right?
Or even something worse, I think, is I don't
the
want
engineer
to
playing
look
your
through the
bass
window and your engineer's just doing that.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you've got to be present. I think that's
Yeah.
I
almost had a producer take the guitar off me, start playing my guitar. I was like, I'm done. I'm out of here.
God.
Motivation had gone. Anyway, so look, that's really interesting. I will ask Rob's question shortly, but as one on this chain of thought, talking about monetization, I saw that you had some presets that you've made that are yours and that you bring up again and again. Is that something that's monetizable?
I think so, but only probably when you reach a certain level. I mean, it is. I found it interesting starting to do reviews and things for Sound on Sound, because you get like, you get people contacting you, and as you start to sort of, I mean, it's weird because it's not like I'm necessarily known for any sort of massive songs, but because I have a platform, you do get people wanting, you to get involved. So I've been starting to work with a company developing a few bits, but I haven't had a software company, so I don't know whether. I think you probably could. I mean, especially these days, like I think being able to just, like, you get a lot of studios that do drum sample packs.
Yeah, and you get a lot of, like we were talking about the Rolling Cloud earlier. There's a lot of people who make soft synth patches and upload them there, and that's monetizable.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about, guys. Cool. So rapidly moving on. So there's been a bit of a new wave of DAWs coming out, right? Now, everybody's gone crazy about UAD. We know they make amazing plugins, they make amazing hardware. Now they've got a DAW called Luna.
Yeah.
I've heard various different things about it. There's also Studio One, We've still got the old three. We've got Cubase, we've got Logic, we've got Pro Tools. I've heard a lot of people dissing Pro Tools, going, "Oh, it's boomers only."
Nuendo.
Nuendo, yeah, that's like a whole kind of other suite of things, isn't it? You know. So what do you think's going on, and do you think that Pro Tools isn't having it its own way anymore? What do you think is going on, and is there something? Is the lack of consolidation a good thing, or is it a bad thing?
I think I think having competition in any market is probably good.
Yeah.
And I think Pro Tools for ages hasn't been the studio standard. I've often thought about using Reaper. I know a lot of people that use Reaper, and it's very cheap. The only thing I've found is I went to a couple of sort of talks, and the engineers were using Reaper, and I was just looking at it. It sort of slightly scared me, and for me, it's just there's always something in the back of my head of it's that idea of having to start something again. Mm-hmm. I'm so comfortable with Pro Tools that I think you sort of. It's going to be a lot of, it's also that mental thing of, okay, I'm going to have to go back to where I was many, many years ago when I'm sat there with a band going, I know what I want to do, but I can't figure out how to do it. Just bear with me. Whereas now I know that I can just be like, yeah, there you go. So I think a big part of it is finding what you're comfortable with. But no, I don't have an opinion really on, I think, the different number of them and the choice I think is good. For me, I think find what you like and just get really good at it. I guess you do. The only other side of it is whether you want to, to be able to go around and work in studios or hire studios. In which case, the majority are probably going to have Logic or Pro Tools. So, as long as you're proficient enough to use it. And if that's what you want to do.
And no one should use FL, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's just for beats, right?
Well, not anymore. You've got Reasons the studio now as well.
Yeah.
I use that for dance music. Okay, cool. So, quick one here. We've done that. Okay, we're talking about top-down mixing, right? So, I've been following during the lockdowns all the forums, and God, I was saying this earlier. Why go to a mastering engineer at all? Everyone's talking about the mastering chains. Everyone's talking about top-down mixing with mastering chains on the buses. Why should we use mastering? Why do you use a mastering engineer?
Because it's still, to me, it's still that final thing of putting however many tracks together as a sort of complete piece of work. So, balancing them, topping and tailing. But it's also, I like the idea of almost someone else having, someone else's ears going over it. But I think it isn't like they are still two separate things. I think it's definitely begun to cross over. But the idea that I don't think I want to master my own stuff. I think, and when bands ask me to, it's always sort of a gritted teeth for me, because I think it's basically like saying to a band, yeah, sure, I'll mix it a little more. It's like
Exactly.
I've sent you what I think is it's finished, but yeah, I'll mix it for another hour. So yeah, and then I think it is just the important thing for me, which I'm still on the journey of, is finding mastering engineers who sort of either hear things in a similar way to you or that complement the sound of your work. And I think it, like anything, it's like trying to find a good car garage. If you find one and a good mastering engineer that you think gets you, stick with them. The other unfortunate thing I've found after using many people is you get what you pay for, which is obviously that's pretty common sense. But yeah, the more expensive ones generally do sound really good. You can see why they're of a premium.
I've only ever used Metropolis. when I've done mastering, and some of my stuff's been mastered elsewhere, but I didn't really have any role in that.
Sure.
And
I think John Davis he's mastered a couple of tracks that I did a few months ago. Amazing.
it just like it takes it to the next level that I don't think you can get in the studio. You know, I mean, specifically, I don't know specifically, but going to Metropolis, they have the gear for it. You know, they have the right gear for it, very top end gear, and that you can't get in the box. I don't believe. Maybe someday you can, but
Also, I think it's a different thing. I think it's still, you have to have that separate mindset. I don't think like a mastering engineer. I'm too busy listening to the song.
yeah,
Whereas the mastering engineer, like the really good ones, will be using mid-side processing, mid-side, EQ. And it's that thing of being able to sort of take something that's just essentially a stereo mix and sort of, create this extra depth.
yeah,
Like hearing stuff that's, professionally mastered by someone amazing is incredible.
it is.
Like I've had these experiences where if you shut your eyes and you listen, it's like I feel like I can reach out and grab the vocal there, or I wouldn't know how to do that.
No.
You know.
But it's also that when you go to like the guy that I usually go to, Hippie, at Metropolis, he's been doing it for as long as I've been working in studios and live sound engineering. He's been doing it for many, many, many years, and that's all he does, and he does it all day for a job, and his ears are made now.
That's all you
for
do.
doing that job.
Yeah.
I
I do think, I mean, unfortunately, you can see that mastering it's becoming that thing of, again, there's so many like YouTube things, tutorials about, how to get, master your own stuff. It would be sad if it became, a thing that was no longer viable.
Yeah, I think people who are home producers are going that way, from what I can see. But I don't think they really understand what the value is yet. I don't think that they could, like you would, and like you would, and like I would, I suppose. Yeah, but
I mean,
we'll see. Yeah,
It just takes one trip to a master engineer to see
something
how
else,
big
actually.
a difference they make.
One thing that I think that is, that you just don't have in this kind of environment is, in a studio mix room, you're going to have, say, 6 to 8 grand to maybe 10 grand's worth of monitoring. In a mastering engineer's suite, they're probably going to have 25, and it's floor to ceiling. They don't have a console or anything in the way. They just have themselves and the speakers. So it's like, that's the value of it, is you as well as, like you say, like someone's experience. It's like they actually, that is all they do.
Yeah.
They don't have to sit there and go, is the vocal loud enough? It's literally just, I need, what can I do to make this even better, like the icing on the cake?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And they don't sit there with a load of plugins either.
Yeah.
They have about possibly
just be
8
sort of like,
processors, 8 different processors, and they go to each one, and they do it, and then it's like oh my
half
god.
a dB there.
Yeah.
Right. I'm about to lose a camera from batteries, and I'm now crossing the line now in terms of filming because of the way I've done things. Don't worry about that. We've been doing it a long time today. Marathon session. So, right, I've got one more question. It's from... have you got any tips on remaining objective about performances while recording? That's kind of philosophical, but...
It's part of our job, isn't it? You have to be. That's what you're supposed to do.
I mean, I guess it's just that thing of not. The thing I find that I say quite often is, when you, particularly if it's, say, like, if you're not producing or anything, so you haven't done any pre-production, a lot of times you're listening to something for the first time, so you do have that sense of, I am just like the end user, I'm getting this for the first time, so this is probably what anyone else that's going to listen to this is going to think, you know. So I think that, yeah.
You just hit on something there that is slightly off of the question, but I think is important, that's kind of becoming a lost thing as well, is pre-production. And I think sometimes can make more difference than anything else in the whole process.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think about that?
I totally agree. In fact, fairly recently I was recording, and there was a drummer and guitarist, and you know, they were figuring something out, but it was, you know, it wasn't just like an end. It was quite a fundamental thing, and I was just engineering, and you know, I ended up sort of saying to them, you know, we finished it, but it's just like this is sort of a really expensive band rehearsal. Obviously, COVID's making things difficult, but yeah, like without pre-production, essentially you stand to waste a lot of time, like expensive time.
Yeah.
You know, I just think being ready, you can't beat just literally, and it is something like time and time again, like not knowing your part.
Yeah.
You know.
Or, you know, one of the things that I found is without the pre-production, you know, you could miss out on some things, like, for instance, maybe a track absolutely needs some percussion on it. But you don't have that planned for it in when you come to the studio, you know, and then when you get to the end, you're like, oh, we got to rush and get that in there.
Yeah, quick.
You know?
Always
5
take
minutes
a
left.
shaky egg, right?
Yeah.
Got 5 minutes left.
But it's
Some percussion
like,
on it.
you know, Super Unknown, that album would not have been that album without pre-production.
Yeah, no, I do think it's, again, I think it's that thing of a level, you know, if you really want to do something that is truly professional, then pre-production and kind of getting someone else in, like as a band, as a musician, I think, you know, letting out someone else, trusting someone else with your art.
Yeah.
That could be really hard. I think could be really beneficial.
But I think that this goes back to the same thing with the mastering question as well, is that it makes all the difference to have that external opinion and the external ears as well, you know, where in pre-production, you know, people have been concentrating on this piece of art for a length of time, you know, and it's where they are with it, you know, but then you get somebody that's not been part of that process comes in and says, hey, what about this? You know?
Yeah.
And then it's the same thing with mastering, is that you have somebody that's been sitting with something for a long time probably, you know? And when it goes to the mastering engineer, you probably didn't hear this happening there, you know?
Yeah. Something I mention quite a lot to clients is over the process of recording and mixing. So at the start of the process, the band are really close to the songs. And then over the process of recording, you know, we all become slightly, and then it gets to the mix where I become really close to the songs, and then they have the separation, you know. And so it's this, you almost get this role reversal, where at the end it's like I've been labouring over it and I'm just sort of like, oh, this is amazing, you know. And then you have to have that sort of dialogue of revisions and stuff. It's just quite interesting how that, you know, the role was reversed, and suddenly they're like, you know, this should be more like that, like kind of like you are in the recording process.
Well, you know, when I was an active musician long time ago, you work so hard on something, right? You don't want to let go, even if it's just a little piece of it, you know, you don't want to let that go because it's your art. It's like the red on a piece of canvas or something like that, you know. Oh, that red is just so important to me.
Yeah.
Well, but then you get an engineer that says, yeah, but that's not actually making the picture look any better, you know, and actually it's detracting from the picture, you know, so we need to lose that or improve that somehow, you know, and that's where you need the you know, I think that there's a lot to be said for many people working on things together.
Yeah, like learning to you know, to delegate and to use people because of they have a skill in something. I think it's really hard, but really good.
Yeah.
To do.
So let's do one last thing. short answers for a really big subject. What we've got an upside down industry, right? The people making all the money aren't paying artists, and therefore engineers. I don't want that shit. Aren't what they're worth, right? So I don't know how many streams does it take to earn £1,000 on Spotify? Anyone got the answer to that?
From other bands I've worked with, I know they got about $4,000 for $250,000. 250,000 got them $4,000.
250,000, £4,000. Right. So what's happened? So anyone who doesn't know it, you must know unless you've been living under a rock. When Spotify set up, they weren't subject to the same conditions as radio broadcasters are. So they've got the monopoly on it. Amazon pay more than anyone, well, more than all of them, weirdly enough. But is there anything that from the ground up can be done? Because you're looking at record deals now, we're looking at 360 deals, right, for people, which is like we own you.
Mm.
People like us, we have to work a lot harder to find the work. I don't think we can ever go back to the way it was, but
No.
physical record sales are going up a bit. Maybe that's because there's a lot of people in their 40s, probably. But is there anything that musicians can do, that artists can do, other than a full boycott of Spotify, which is never going to happen because of the exposure it gives people? And then even now it's becoming all about the playlist curators. So what the hell? What's going on?
I think, I don't know whether it will ever happen, but I think that companies like Spotify should become more like Netflix and Amazon and stuff, and actually start to pay. If Spotify paid bands, to actually, so essentially if they just became, like a label and just said, okay, we'll pay for you to make your album, then that's at least that's putting money back into the industry rather than just taking it. And you've already got some companies that are sort of third party, so
Should be like a Spotify original.
yeah.
That's a good idea.
There's some companies that already, off the top of my head, I can't remember what they're called, but I've done a lot of work with essentially they're a finance company. They will finance and just to let a band make a record. That kind of thing. But I think for artists, I think Bandcamp is still by far the best. I think it's the best sounding platform, compared to like Spotify, SoundCloud, and also they keep doing their fee waiver thingy, and I just think it's the best way to make to make a bit of money.
Free River Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only trouble obviously is that you need to just do the legwork yourself.
That's true, but then that goes back to more of a DIY punk ethos, doesn't it? I always wondered if there'd be another sort of punk wave. It hasn't seemed to have happened, but there certainly seems to be more of a DIY attitude now, and maybe that's the way.
I have a feeling that the COVID situation is going to be a massive game changer for things because of
for creativity.
Yeah, for creativity, but also for where the finances are in the industry, because the live sound industry took over for the studios for a long time, didn't it? And became where the bands made their money. That's all happened in my lifetime. That's really weird. Yeah. So I think that because the live sound industry is not doing well at all right now, well, is not doing anything at the moment, that might make a difference in reorganizing things. I don't know how, but I think it will make a difference, Because if you want to be a musician, I know lots of musicians that aren't doing it anymore, that are saying, nah, I'm done with it,
Well, for me, it's really interesting, if you're really honest, like if I was 18, 19 now and in a band, when when I was 18, 19, we saved money and went to a studio, and you could get some CDs printed and then sell them at gigs and stuff, and make your money.
But back then it was realistic that you could get $100,000 advance.
Yeah.
You know.
See, so for me now, like thinking of us as a studio, it's like I can totally understand why young kids don't want to save money and go to a studio. They might as well just record it in their mate's garage or bedroom with a laptop and a couple of mics, on Logic, and just mix it themselves, because they're never going to make any money back, and they'll play gigs and they'll probably sell some t-shirts and make money that way. So it's like, I can totally understand why you wouldn't want to go to a studio or spend, like I think sort of when we were doing it, it was the done thing would be like, okay, we're going to spend maybe 8-10 grand on an album. I can't imagine a band coming to me and saying, oh yeah, we want to spend this.
No. Can you do it for 50 quid?
It's like most, nowadays I quote between 3 and 4. If you want a full, production, 3 and 4 grand, which is still a lot of money.
Yeah. Okay, we'll probably have to wrap it up. I suppose no one's got anything to say. So thanks for everyone who joined us. I would just say maybe there is one thing we didn't talk about, and that could be for another day, which is licensing. That's one way that I've made money.
Yes.
I've made more money at music that way than I have been an original art. Well, a performing artist or whatever. But that's one thing to think about, I suppose. Yeah.
It is, yeah. I think licensing, any kind of, if you want to do library music, any kind of sync stuff.
Yeah, all this stuff that goes in the maybe pile, just stick it on a sound library.
Totally, it's all just being creative and getting it out there. I think is.
Well, I also think, again, to the diversification thing, is like start getting good at making music for films and games.
Well, games certainly. You would know. Sorry, the camera's such a mess here. Sorry, everyone. That's Bill's thing. So if you come to ARU, you can learn about doing not only producing sound that goes to games, but implementing sound into games as well. Because games is obviously the biggest industry in the world, in the creative arts. So that's something to think about.
And creating music specifically for gaming, which is one of my students pointed out to me. Do you have you listened to or played the latest Doom game?
No, because I kind of got bored
of
it.
No, they've got it. It's got an amazing heavy metal soundtrack to it, and it's really good and really heavy. But this is if you as a musician, you can go and create music for games and have just as much fun.
And how can they learn to do that?
By coming to ARU.
Coming to ARU. Right, who wants to wrap this up? Do you want to wrap this up?
I think that we should let Matty say goodbye.
Matty, hang on, let's get the camera here. Hey, it's all got a bit gung ho, got a bit gorilla now. Hey, Matty.
Hello.
He's always been a man of many words in my time of knowing him.
Well, thanks for joining, and I hope it's been enjoyable and good fun, and that maybe you've sort of got something that you can take away from it. But if you want to get in touch with me, just check me out on any of my socials and stuff. At the moment, obviously, things with studio business and stuff is fairly quiet, but things are bouncing back, hopefully. So, either come check out the studio or see if I can assist, if you can assist me or whatever, feel free to get in touch.
Okay.
And also come study at Anglia.
As long as you're an amiable and easy to work with person, which is the number one thing, and you can make tea. If you can make tea.
Yeah, and leave your ego at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right, let's point at that camera over there, and we'll give it a wave, just like a game show.
Bye, everybody.
Mwah.
Who's even listening?
Bye.